Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I hope I open your eyes to the dimension of life. Life as a holistic life of your soul, which is part of the structure of the universe, not life as part of the physicality, which is part of the structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here, I leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone. Then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it? Where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding, and it befits you.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for October 20th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gork, and along with each and every one of the participants that are here. We all have microphones. All the souls are equal, and this is a roundtable discussion where, as Mr. Keshe said, we learn from each other. But there's no peer review, and we're going to cover this a little bit more today. Mr. Keshe seemed to go into a bit of detail in the question and answer about this sort of peer reviewing and the patents. And he said, don't transcribe them because you're probably going to miss something and then, or attribute something that was transcribed to me. And then he went on to say the same about the books. Well, I would imagine it's the same with the papers, and it's probably the same with the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Allow each and every one to investigate and understand this knowledge for themselves. Yes, we can share what we think we understand, but as we know, nobody's wrong and no one's 100% right. So we're all on this path of learning. And we'll be covering the 560th, a little bit of it. I know we've had a number of changes in the foundation, and one of them was, in a way, the universe received a new soul, and John has separated from us. But we're going to cover that in just a moment, and we'll allow you to make some comments or some wishes for John, or just to elevate his soul. But before we do that, we're going to, as we usually do, is to read the World Peace Treaty. Again, just reconfirming our commitment to peace. For some reason, I deleted my history and I couldn't find it, so I had to look for a different copy of it. But we have it here, the Keshe World Peace Treaty. This is the exact document. As I asked Mr. Keshe, will the document be extended like to 20 pages or 30 pages, or a big document when the world leaders or religious leaders sign for peace? He said, no, this would be the exact document they sign. And as we know, you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. And of course, we're all learning about this soul, or really the power or the controller behind our whole, and the creator, in a way, of everything within us. So this is the World Peace Treaty. You can share it with others, but really it's about you. It's between you and your soul. And then, of course, exuding that peace wherever you go. Thinking good, speaking good, acting good, committing to the World Peace Treaty, and so on. It's a new science, it's a new ethos, and it's a new language we're all being exposed to. And of course, to many, this is quite foreign, as we're very good at taking, but the Keshe Foundation is very good at giving, teaching the knowledge of the universe, as well as sharing the technology, which is quite advanced, pretty much past where the knowledge seekers are at. But we're allowed to use the technology. We're allowed to pick up offers at the Keshe Foundation store and to test for ourselves and see what fits you or how it works. And again, this is all about keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. But it starts with peace, and it doesn't end with peace, because this is just the next step in bridging humanity with the universal community. But we have to get to that permanent, peaceful civilization on this planet. So this is the World Peace Treaty. You can find it at the Keshe Foundation website. You can download it, copy it, sign it, again, with a pen, or sign it with the pen of your soul. As we know, when you go into space, you'll most probably never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. But while we're here in the matter state, and based on our position, I think we can all benefit by picking up and committing to the World Peace Treaty. As we know, space is a very peaceful place, as opposed to what we see on this planet. And again, we do see some eruptions on the sun, but for the most part, the solar system is peaceful. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Otherwise, I will, as we usually do. And I'm reading this in a way for all of us. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our nation, with our territory, with our council, with our religion, with our city, with the town, with the body, or a soul. You choose. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position held on behalf of, again, your nation. Are you standing in the balance for your nation? Are you representing peace for your nation? For the territory, for the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual? Have it witnessed? Again, very simply, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind in other created beauties of the Creator. And again, everywhere we look, we see more of the created beauties of the Creator, whether it's in a tree, in a plant, in an insect, in a bush, in another person. Again, when we get to that point where we don't see the physicality, but we see the star in the other souls. And of course, one of our fellow knowledge seekers, our colleague John Wells, has moved on into the new dimension, to a new existence. And again, without warning, in a way, there was no sickness, there was no illness. And perhaps we'll just take some time. And again, we give our condolences to the family. Let me see if I can bring his picture up and just share it with you. We reach out to the family. I only know about a daughter that he had and that he had lived with, but he'd been around the foundation quite a long time. Alex, you said he was there before you, and he was obviously there before me. How he found the Keshe Foundation, I don't know, but he was usually always in the meetings as much as he can. One of the main things John was doing was serving the community. He had a 600-liter tank, which he had various different ganses in the bottom, and people would come every day to pick up the plasma water. And I said, John, why don't you teach them how to make it? They said, no, they want the water I have. So he had a beautiful spring, and they would bring their own bottles. And of course, we've heard a number of different stories. So there's tens of thousands of liters of Gans water that was spread in his community. As Mr. Keshe said, what we don't need is magnetical. So people were taking the water, applying it to their gardens, applying it to the tea, the mate. He said they had very good success growing the tea leaves. And then there was one unbelievable story. I was looking for it in the reactor group from a few weeks ago, where again he shared this story about one of the blokes, as he called them, came by, picked up some water, and a couple weeks later the fella came back and said a nail had popped out of his foot. Apparently he had a screw in his foot from some operation or surgery years and years ago. And John told us how the little tiny screw actually popped through the skin without any bleeding or without any problem and just came out of the guy. So he was able to see this technology firsthand. And again, this was one of his main obligations, was to serve the community with the plasma water. And he was always, as I said, in the meetings, um, willing to open the rooms, and very instrumental in the Spanish as well. He did a lot of translating for Gianni in the Spanish group and also in the reactor group. So, and there was no indication. As a matter of fact, he always told us how, in a way, healthy as he was. But as Mr. Keshe told that story about the couple that was married for 50 years, and when one of the souls was ready to leave, it didn't matter if they were happily married or been together for 50 years. When that soul was ready to depart, it departed. So apparently John had reached the level or what he needed in his energy for this position, and has decided to transition to a new life in a new dimension. And of course, as we know, Mr. Keshe has spoken, where the soul does stay around in the area, especially at the home. I'm just going to make Gail co-host. And interacts or perhaps mends some of the fences, and it's around in the area. So you may get a message or something from John in the next few weeks before the soul fully departs, as I understand it. And I'd like to read a couple of things from the UC chat. And one of the things here It was interesting that Liliana had put something in there that John Wells is hospitalized. That was at, I think, about 4:24 p.m. And then by 5:16, she had reported that our dear companion John Wells decided to leave his physicality. Now he is free. And again, this is the freedom of the soul in the universe. And eventually we have to depart from this physicality, although in one of the teachings, Mr. Keshe said we have to learn how to take our physicality with us. I wish Liliana was here, and I'll just read a couple of the comments. One was from a German knowledge seeker. John, thank you for everything and enjoy the journey, with a lot of stars and hearts. Another one from Sweden with the praying hands and John's name in the middle and another set of praying hands. Someone from England wrote, so John had friends in every continent. Thank you for the beauty of your presence, John, with the bird free. With the bird free be the start of a beautiful creation. We are present, John. Another one from Switzerland has written, his voice may remain silent, his soul will continue to serve with love. We miss you, John. Let me just make sure we are sharing the proper picture here. And of course, the Brazilian team has, let's see if we can just share that one as well. I think it's the Brazilian team, or again, I don't know. In loving memory of John Wells, we would like to inform you that one of our dear knowledge seekers, John Wells, passed away today, meaning yesterday, October 19th, 2024. We thank John Wells for all his dedicated work in spreading the knowledge of Keshe Foundation, not only to the countries of South America, but to people all over the world. Not only has he been an inspiration to all of us in spreading the knowledge of Keshe Foundation, but also in his actions of love for the technology, one of which was when John traveled more than 30 hours by bus to be with us at the conference of the Keshe Foundation. In 2019 here in Brazil, he had traveled, I think, from Argentina to Brazil. He was going to take his motor scooter, but then I think wisdom prevailed and he decided to take the bus rather than be on a scooter out there by his own on these streets. His love and work, and especially his voice as a translator for the KF technology, will always be remembered by all of us. We sincerely wish that his soul finds peace in this passing and that his life of dedication to the technology serves as an inspiration to all of us. Yes, it does. And thank you, John. And of course, I'm sure you're being welcomed in this new community as you've been banking ahead for many years. I can continue reading, but would anyone else like to say anything at this point about John? If you've been in some of the classes with him, you know what a sweet, beautiful soul John is. Not was, as we know. It's just changing. He left one taxi, and now in a way he's in another taxi, or in that process of creating a new dimension for himself. I don't think the soul instantly turns into something else, but it sort of has to mutate into a new position. I don't know what that position is, but we know just by looking at a picture of thinking of John, we can connect. And someone was telling us a little bit earlier how it's not the sort of connection we make when we talk on the telephone, but as Mr. Keshe indicated in the last workshop, the mom felt the pain or something was wrong with her son. She called around the world and, yes, Mom, I'm still here. I'm okay, but I broke my arm. And the mom said she felt it. So these are the kind of communications and connections we can make in the, let's say, in the energy dimension. It's not so much, how are you? I'm good and fine, and so on and so forth. It's more of a feeling or a presence in a way. And it may be small and it may be soft, but it is that type of communication. And of course, this type of communication is the type that you'll find in the universe. It's more on the emotional end rather than on the word end because you may not have that mouth or they may not understand you, but they certainly can understand the emotions. So John was a big inspiration to all of us, especially with that 600-liter tank, and he was very dedicated to serving his community, and they were very dedicated in picking up the water. Apparently, a lot of people had a lot of good results, and of course, it added to the Dome of Peace, spreading the Gans water. As the people took it in, they also released it. So that water is all over that area, and I know he started with a beautiful spring water that came out near him. He did have a television or a radio station. I'm not sure if it was active, but he was maintaining the tower. And I'm not sure how all that worked out. Maybe someone in the Spanish community will tell us a little bit more. But he had a beautiful type of English accent in a way. And we enjoyed his company, and I'm sure we'll see him again at any time you'd like, just by, again, looking at the picture, making the connection. So thank you, John, for all your service to all communities. Would anyone like to say anything else? Someone
Good
else
afternoon.
wrote, yes, please, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mark. Uh, we had a meeting with John several years back, Elias and myself and John, and we had a real, shall we say, heavy conversation. And it had to do with some issues in his family and how he was relating to it. And I think the outcome of it was well, I remember the significance of it as is we were all crying at the end. Yeah, it was a real watershed moment. And it was a watershed moment for us as well, because John was a great inspiration. We got a chance to understand better what he was doing. He was in a remote area in northern Argentina. And as we all understand, and it's common knowledge that Argentina is in big trouble. And I think a lot had to do with the fact that he was in the north, in a remote area where he was kind of sheltered away. Just another insignificant happening. But in his community, he was a tower of strength. And the people there were extremely loyal to him. And I could totally understand that. He was a product of the Mikey syndrome. Nobody wants to do it. They just want to give the job to Mikey, and John was Mikey. But I think this was important because it would have been an important source of income for him, and what a wonderful thing to do. Not only distribute water, but then in the process of returning the water back to the soil, it was improving the quality of the environment at the same time. So there were positive outcomes all the way around. And so when you see this field strength develop from John and his water tower to, I think there were over 600 people in the community. It doesn't sound like a large community, but when you have a tight-knit community like that, you have to be on your best behavior because bad news travels fast. And John was a tower of power in that community. We miss him already.
Yes, and he was always interested in UFOs, and I know he'd send me some clips about the pyramids, and I think he liked the idea of, was it Shambhala, where you have an inner earth? He had always talked about tunnels and things, and one of his last translations in the reactor group, I think was last month in a way, maybe I'm not sure the exact date, but he did some translating for Gianni in there. And of course, he asked Mr. Keshe about Antarctica, which Mr. Keshe didn't want to. He thought there was something curious about. So he was a very curious, lovable person and very sweet personality. As I said, he'd never enforce, but he would always just say what he thought he understood or what he was investigating. So he was very pleasant to work with and a very sweet soul. And I'm sure the universal community is welcoming him in a way, or getting ready to welcome him, as he'll probably still be doing some things around here. He did have a child, and I think the child had an accident, which was kind of devastating, fell into a pit in the backyard in a way, and sort of before they could get him out, the child had drowned, and so that was a burden for John. But as we know, your true children come out of your soul in a future time. So I think he will, like us, will be creating more souls out there and probably reuniting with his child that he lost at a very young age. That was quite devastating, I think, for him. But he had a lot of knowledge in the electroplating field. I think he worked with zinc and some other things. And I don't know the details of his whole career or anything, but he was just a pleasant person to work with. Again, no animosity, no, I understand more than anyone, anything like that. He was always open and sharing, and a beautiful asset. Another soul, as someone said, someone from the United States, elevate him soul, she said. Another person, again, from Malta, bless your soul, John, and thank you. From Australia, I remember that John traveled hundreds of miles by bus to see Mr. Keshe in Brazil. He arrived at the very end of the conference, but was very happy to meet Mr. Keshe in person, even only for a short time. Then he traveled hundreds of miles back home. He always was available when needed to translate Spanish to English in various workshops, and his lovely voice was a pleasure to hear. He made and distributed many gallons of Gans waters to his neighbors, and even single-handedly operated a radio station with a very tall transmission mast that he would climb when it needed maintenance work. All this well into his 80s. What a legend. He will definitely be welcomed into the higher dimension. Thank you from Australia. And one of the stories John told about that trip from Argentina to Brazil was, for some reason, his jaw became very inflamed. And I don't know if they gave him a pain pen or a pain pad or some Gans water there, but nothing was working. He said, and that side of his face was puffed out. If you've ever had a gum infection, you know what I'm talking about. And he reported to us that as soon as he got back to his residence, that ball or that knot that was on the side, and he said it was very evident. He said it went away within 24 hours, as I understand it. So there was something about that residence that really balanced him out, or that tank, that liter tank. And he said that's all he did. There was nothing else, as I understand it. So he knew the power of the Gans and the matter state of the fields, but he also knew about the soul and the other energy dimension. So I think, as Mr. Keshe said, don't wait for the final bell before you decide to make your preparations or to understand more about your next position, because you'll have a lot to learn at that point. So John was investigating this knowledge and understanding quite a bit of it, I think, for many, many years. And of course, he was always willing to share his understanding of what he thought. Anyone else? And of course, I don't know all the details about this. Someone else has said, rest in peace. You had a fulfilled life. The cup was full, and you needed more space to fly freely. May the Creator give you all the blessings. Someone else from Germany said, a new wonderful star is born. John changed only his position. We as one. Again, I think from Ireland, John, bless your soul, rest in peace. From Germany again, rest in peace, John. Thank you for the time with you. He was my light to the connection, inner earth. Muchas gracias por the amistad, amigo. Something about my friend. So yes, from India, all the love always, always my dear. Blessings of MMA in the beauty and totality. So we just thought we'd share a little bit more. Anyone else want to make any comments regarding that, John's new change in dimension in a way? And I always thought it would be wonderful to connect with people on the other side, which you can, but it's not like the same as we do here. Sometimes I wish that would happen. But again, we're learning more. Maybe that's part of the rules. You're not allowed to tell much, although some people have made connections and have seen things moved or things changed in certain places, or some people have secret messages between them. When you get to the other side, just confirm to me that you're there. But we know John is there. And again, this is the confirmation of the soul, confirming its existence in the universe. And the cycle never ends. So John is becoming something else and will perform another function of service. I think the universe is all about servitude, and he's well positioned for this job, let's say, or this sharing of giving and taking of fields. He understood this. Thank you, John, for all the enlightenment you've brought us. Any other thoughts or comments? Let's see if I can go to another chat. And I know there'll be more, probably this Thursday and in the One Planet. People will make a number of more comments. Let's see if I can go to anything else here. Okay. There. No. Don't see anything there. I said, you know, as Mr. Keshe had indicated, every end is a new beginning. So there's really no end. It just continue to move into different positions. And at least John has a partial, or you know, maybe more of an understanding of this new dimension, as he was certainly aware of the universal community, aware of his soul and the different things that positions the soul can take. So I just thought we'd share something today. Again, condolences to his family for their great loss. And of course, maybe we'll hear more from one of the other language groups that was a little closer and worked much closer. But again, we, in a way, worked with his soul, understood the soul, and it was beautiful to see a very peaceful, calm, intelligent soul moving into the universal community. So thank you, John, for your time, for your help, and for your service to the community. I'm sure you'll carry on. Any other thoughts or comments anyone would like to make? Okay, maybe we'll again start with the beginning of the workshop in the 560, more about the amino acids and their flexibility to sort of work in both dimensions and connect to both dimensions. We have quite a flexible system, and I guess this is appropriate for those who operate in the matter state as well as those who operate in the energy state, of course, which is all of us. And we've never really understood that fully, but we're understanding more and more step by step. But again, as Mr. Keshe emphasized, and what he emphasized in the disclaimer, it's for you to, in a way, investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself. And that's why he's saying we don't have peer review. We don't translate certain things because most likely at our level of understanding, it won't come out right and it'll cause damage in the future. So that's why I like to just present what Mr. Keshe is teaching. As he said, no knowledge has been distributed so balanced, so perfectly ever, probably in the history of the universe, as what's being dispensed now on this planet. So, John, you were an instrumental part of all that, and I'm sure you'll continue the process in this new dimension that you're operating in. And feel free to drop by any of the meetings and play or somehow communicate to us. But again, that doesn't always happen, but we know that we can communicate just by thinking of you or looking at your picture, because it carries in a way a trace of your soul in this picture. So we thank you very much for all the time, efforts, and serving the community. I think he's well positioned to go into the next phase. Let's see if there's anything else that I can share here. I'm just scrolling through a couple of these things. Yes. Okay, I read that, that our dear knowledge seeker has passed away. So I'm sure we'll hear more and there'll be more pictures. I know someone was looking for an article they had written about John in the newspaper years ago where he was distributing the plasma water, and was written up and probably made some comments. Again, not everybody was ready for it, but many were ready for it, and many saw the benefits of the water. They might have thought it was magic, but I think John explained to him it's actually not magic, it's technology. And so thank you, John, for everything you've done and sharing a part of your life with the Keshe Foundation and the other knowledge seekers that are here, and that'll hear your voice in the future. Again, you can go back to the Reactor Group and hear John, or in the private archives of the Keshe Foundation. In the Spanish meeting, many times he's translated and added his knowledge. So he was really a beautiful, all-around knowledge seeker. And especially, as I said, serving the community, that the people would come on a daily basis, he said, to pick up some water. And he had that beautiful spring tap into his 600-liter tank, so it would continually refill, and he would distribute the water that way. So thank you again, John. We elevate your soul. Okay, I think we'll start out again at the beginning of the workshop, just to get a taste in a way of what Mr. Keshe was delivering. But you know, he came to that drawing about the ball and the string, and as you wrap it around and around and around, you see all the different connections of all the different strings, but yet you're still connected to that string. And as he said, the creator is connected in a different way, in a different dimension, or what feeds the creator he was talking about. So we're connected to that dimension as well. Again, I don't understand it all, but everything is connected and all the souls are already connected. It's just a matter of us to stop denying that process. So maybe we should just start at the beginning of the workshop, go through there, and then we'll just, I've been trying to take some of the Q&A questions, if you've noticed, and as Mr. Keshe said, sometimes we learn more from the Q&A than we do from the actual teaching. So that's why I thought we'd break up these questions, that people could start a conversation, or somebody who has been investigating dreams and starts to listen to Mr. Keshe's words, and it triggers something that or an answer that they've been searching for quite a while, and then they go and they open up more of the knowledge for themselves. And that's the reason I'm breaking up these little questions. Hopefully in the future someone will categorize them And I'm just trying to use Mr. Keshe's words. I'm not using my own titles. I'm just taking a couple words out of there. But let's go to the beginning of the workshop. Anyone want to make any comments at this point? Hopefully we're sharing properly. This new system is a little bit awkward until we either find a solution or they do another update on it. It was interesting with John. About 2 weeks ago, he did an update on his Zoom. And he had the privileges of opening Zoom rooms for the Spanish or for the private students. And when he did that last update, he said that he had lost all his privileges. And I asked him, have you contacted Ella? And he said no. And then I asked him a couple days later, and he said no. So I did contact Ella, and I forwarded the message to John, which was just to re-log into the Zoom using your original name and password, and that may reset everything because they said they hadn't taken away any privileges from John. And I was thinking, gee, maybe. And so then I asked John, I said, did you follow up? He said, I put a message in your Telegram. He said, no, I haven't really had time to look in there and, but he'd get to it or something. But maybe the soul knew, again, that the time was getting close for the separation. And I don't know, didn't really follow it up. But he was very much of a servant type or had a lot of servitude and was willing to help in any aspect. But I thought that was rather unusual and not a coincidence. Maybe the soul knew it was just about time for the separation to come. But he never followed up. It seemed to put in his password and his Zoom name or whatever, they give you a special number to reestablish all those connections. So it was no problem, and we were working along in that manner. Okay, let's start at the beginning of the workshop just to learn more. And again, this is for you to take from this knowledge what you can take from it. As Mr. Keshe said, it's such a balanced teaching. He knows how to teach and he knows how to deliver much better than I. And so that's why I do like to play and his words. And as we know, he's teaching through the soul. Even if you're not hearing some of the words, you're actually being fed through the soul of the speaker. And so this is what we're finding more about, this communication on the soul level or the transfer of knowledge on the soul level. Okay, let's start with maybe 10 minutes of this workshop. Again, this is the teaching part, and then we'll cover a couple of these questions about the patents and maybe about, as he said, we're a bunch of bottles of Ganses, as we know. What did he say? 30 liters, 100 liters, 80 liters. And of course, we have the soul involved with this, what we call superconductive material, which is the GaNs. It's not a metal, but it behaves as a superconductor.
Keshe, are you ready to go?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from Keshe Foundation Space Institute, we welcome you back. And we try to see how much more we can learn from each other in this session. As we are going, as has been the tradition at Keshe Foundation, we try to cover a topic over months and couple of years till we go into the nitty-gritties, into the detail, and we try to find out more and more. As we came to the cycle of the soul some 3-4 years ago, slowly, and then we spent quite a bit of time in exploring different aspects of the work of the soul in.
So again, he's more or less covering the overall topic of the soul and some of these other things, but he hasn't gotten down to, as he put it, the nitty-gritty or the details, which I guess are coming up. So he set the stage in a way over the last year or two or more with this teaching of the soul and this energy dimension. As he said, he couldn't start out that way. He had to start out with the UFO and the rest of this because we're so matter state connected that he said they would have hung him in the church if he would have started with the soul teaching. But now we know this is what it's all led to. But he had to go through that process, and it's taken a number of years. And of course, we still will have the UFO, which was supposed to be shown next month in Iran, but apparently that's going to be postponed or put off, or maybe even they will make a presentation. I'm not sure. As we know, Mr. Keshe can make adjustments quite rapidly, and so can mankind. So I don't think that conference is going to happen, but maybe we'll see it done remotely. Or perhaps I was thinking that the Iranian and the American, the one in Washington, could be put together in a way, because he did say, Mr. Keshe indicated that almost guaranteed or guaranteed that Iran will have an embassy in the United States in 2025, which is only 60 so odd days away. So perhaps both of those conferences will be united in Washington. So if you're planning on going, put some funds aside and plan for that Washington conference. I don't know exactly. I'm sure we're going to hear more on Thursday about this.
Lives. Now we are in the dimension and direction of connection of our souls. As you gathered right now, how our RNA, our DNA is built to be partially in a dual carriage communication between the physical life and what we call the connection with the source, where we get most of our energy from. In a way, if you look at it, you're not on your own when you stand somewhere. You get fed continuously, the air, the water, the food which is brought to you or you pick up or whatever that it guarantees your survival. It's the same with the planet Earth.
And again, this feeding, this transmutation of fields is going on 24 hours a day without you even knowing it. You're being fed by the food. Yes, we know. But in the energy dimension, your lungs, your skin, your hair, the breathing, as I said, all is giving you energy, or you're taking energy and releasing, as he said, what we don't want, we call magnetical, we release. So you're being constantly fed. You're only 20% short, and that's what causes us to kill and take other energies to sustain our own. But we're learning a better way, and we don't have far to go, as Mr. Keshe said. That, and I always thought that as well. What a beautiful creation! It only left us 20% short. If you were in college or you were being graded, an 80% is a B average, or very, it's quite good. It's not an A, but it is the next step down. And this is where we're at. So we don't have far to go to overcome this killing, which again will be not permitted in the universal community. And I think there's plenty of energy there for you to absorb without killing. It's, as he said, when you go out into space, even in the matter state, it'd be very difficult to sleep, I think, because there's so much energy that you'll be absorbing. There's no need for sleep. We continue.
Not just something there on its own and is rotating. It continuously receives food from its source. It operates in conjunction with the other organs in its life and other parts. Jupiter gives it some energies which he cannot or he had before itself, now receives something. Saturn gives us the same thing, and we give to Saturn, and we give something back to the what we call the mother. In a way, it wipes our butts, as we say in English. We're still thinking we are a independent planet rotating in the whatever and rotating in certain direction. The sun is still there like a mother, cleaning up the waste and giving new, continuously refreshes, continuously cleans up what we don't need. We call it magnetical. What is magnetical? Is what we don't need. Gravitational is what we need, we take in. It's like the food we take. What we don't need, we let go in different shape or forms. As the sweat and the air we breathe, we let go out of our lungs when we take what we need from it. The same process happens between our planetary system and the mother. And the same thing happens with the mother, which is the sun, and its galaxy. So we see we have eternal connection. But as we are humans and we usually one-dimensional, self-centered, we see everything is around us and is us and everything else. But the world of science has to open its eyes. As I always say, there is no difference between in macro and micro. You see what you want to see, but you ignore the others. But the reality is there. You give birth to a child and leave it on the floor. Don't feed it and don't clean it. Soon you'll run into a problem with the child. So it's the same process. We give, we take, we gather information. One thing which the world of science will come to understand, and it'll come to haunt us if we don't understand it, is if you go back to some of the teaching in the past. By the energy, by information we carry as a plasma of the soul, we give away where we come from, where it's our DNA. It's like when you go to the hospital and you want to claim a child is mine, it says, okay, can we have a blood test? From the blood test we follow, yes, you're a father or you're a mother or who your ancestors are. United Nations does these things nowadays. You pay something money and they tell you your roots back. You started from North America, but in fact they trace you which way your grandparents came and your great-great-parents, and then you end up most of the time somewhere in what we call Persian Gulf, the Straits of Hormuz, across there to North Africa. Unless you've taken the new route, which is your parents flew over directly. We see connections directly from what we call African bloods, fresh blood, or from other parts that they didn't go through the what we call conversion and evolution. They just took a flight, blah blah, Kinshasa into New York, and you're an American second generation, but they cannot see the track line of how you got there. When we don't have that line in the world of science, we see how did you fly in? How was it shipped in?
And that's another point for all of us. This is why we have this connection along the equator of Africa, because this is where life started on this planet. And then I think we probably went into the oceans for a period of time, as we heard from Mr. Keshe and some of the teachings. And then being in the ocean, for some reason, we had a desire to feed on the land. And we, again, came out of the oceans and started to, I would say, change. Again, many times we've drawn that fish, and if you put the fish vertical and sort of split from the back of the fish from the tail up, you see the legs and the feet and the fins on the side of the fish, the head rotated around, the fins being the arms. You can almost really extend that, but apparently we had a desire to feed on the land, and this is what brought us out of the oceans. But it all started around that central equator line in Africa, if I'm understanding the teachings correctly. Although in other places he said maybe man sprung up again, but I think we have this, all have this African connection that many of us don't seem to be want to acknowledge. But I've acknowledged that, and I know I've been working with Dr. Gatwa. We don't really talk about that, but I can feel the connection in a way. And as we know, Mr. Keshe spent many, many years in Africa. I think he's done quite more than he's even explained to us, and told us some of the stories of his African journeys and how he loves Africa. And it's a beautiful, he loves all the nations, but he spent much time there. We continue. Unless someone has a comment or a question.
With most of the Africans in America, the bloodline of the evolution doesn't exist because they were flown in, they were shipped in as a slave. But the whites had to go through a clearance system, step by step, change from black to brown and then white, and change the color of the eye to blue to survive. African didn't need to do that when they came as a slave. It's the same with us in the universe. We can track back where our star came from, where is DNA connected to, and we can track back where the galaxy's DNA come from. And this becomes literally a routine knowledge in the coming time, because we have to know it to know what is the possibility of us from planet Earth to be able to live in another position in the universe, and what we need to give, what we need to take, to change, to adapt in the position and the time and the place we arrive in. Your soul does not arrive in planet Zeus the way it left the Earth if it wants to manifest itself. It has to adapt, it has to mutate, it has to change. In a way, some higher strength fields will lose their connections, and some lower new strength.
So as he's saying, your soul will not manifest itself instantaneously, it sounds like here. It's got to mutate, it's got to adapt, it's got to get rid of some of the things it doesn't need and add some of the things it does need. So the way the soul is catapulted off this planet, it's not just going to go and manifest. It takes some time and some fields apparently to, if you want to manifest in that position. But if you want to stay in the dimension of energy, then I think you're there. But if you want to take on a physicality, it's going to take some time to adjust, to again shed things you don't need and add on things you do need. And again, the soul does know how to do that, but it may not be instantaneous. It's going to take some time to build up or to, in a way, transmute into that physicality. But you're there, and it's a process. And again, I don't know if the soul will determine this, or the soul of physicality can ride the soul across the universe and dictate certain positions. I think this is what he's getting us ready for in a way. But he's trying to get the scientists to open their eyes to this new energy dimension. At the same time, trying to get the world leaders to pledge their nations to peace. At the same time, trying to bring the knowledge seekers up to some further understanding. So Mr. Keshe wears many hats, as we've heard him say in the past, that he has many, many different hats in his closet. And even the one we're working with now, perhaps he's already in many other places at the same time simultaneously, which he said is a possibility, which is, of course, beyond our own imagination. But we have a lot to learn in this whole science, I think.
Strength fields will make connection. They've always been there, but now you need it, you adjust it. This dictates how your physicality will manifest itself. In a way, if you take a soul of the man on Earth and look at the soul of the man on planet Zeus, in certain ways you see the connection of the DNA, but you don't see exactly the same soul, because the soul had to adapt to create, to be able to live in its new conditioned environment. So in every essence, the evolution, what we see in a man's life, is a replication of what happens in the evolution, what to us as a planetary system, as a galaxy, and the universe, and in the universe. But in essence, in a way, when you go back to it, as they've done some 10,000 blood tests across the world by United Nations some years ago, we all come from the same mother line. We have all a common gene mother. So it shows we all came through that way. And this is like, for example, the Jewish always go with the bloodline of the mother. And Muhammad wanted to be a slightly different. He goes the bloodline of the son. But in fact, it's the mother who roots down all the way to its essence. So if we do a bloodline change in the soul strength field of the man, we'll see which way he came through. Even it's the same hydrogen connection line, it's a slightly different strength, it's a slightly different wavelength, it's slightly different shapes and conditions. You have to remember, to penetrate, you have to shake it to get through it. This is what we call in the world of the science frequency. Light, magnetic field, is on a straight line. When it hits, it starts wiggling to find a way through magnetic field, the strength of the cells to get through the atomic structure. And man has made a name for it. They call it a wavelength because that's how he wiggles as he gets in. Otherwise, we'll travel on his straight line, somewhere bending a little bit by the field forces of his environment. So we see now the bigger picture. We looked at our own DNA, we looked at our own field strength. If it's my mom or I'm not the father, now we do the same. We feel the strength of the galaxies and the stars and universes and the rest. Then, as the United Nations shows, the 10,000 women around the world from every tribe and land and corner of this planet was tested, coming down to one bloodline. We see all in love. Doesn't matter what color we are, to one mother, one origin who started all. So it's the same with the galaxies and the universes. Through the dimension of the common strength field of the hydrogen, what we call fundamental element, fundamental plasma, we all find our way to our creator. Then it comes interesting point.
So is what he's saying is we can trace our bloodline here to see where we came from, the common mother, which apparently is Africa. And now we can do this with the universe to see where exactly we came from. But previously he said we all come from the creator. Obviously, we're as old as the creator because those rays that were released at that time is actually part of us. So we're made of recycled fields, but instead of checking and following and tracing our bloodline back, we're going to be able, in a way, it sounds like, to trace the where we came from, or what star perhaps created us. Again, I think it's a very deep understanding, and I don't fully understand it. Anyone want to add to that? So not only can we do it with the blood, but we can do it with the universe and see what part or where we actually came from. I know there's many people on this planet that are not actually from here. They've just taken on the clothes of the man to have an experience in the matter state, and some of them have gotten stuck here, apparently not remembering how to get back home. And I think the Keshe Foundation will help in a way provide some sort of mapping or some understanding of where you can go back to your original position, perhaps. Again, it's quite deep.
What we call the creator has a string line to another dimension, to another field strength, which in essence of it is the feeder of it. But where does it get its feed from? And how does it feed this, what we call our universe and the universe? And to what strength we have become enlightened by the knowledge of the creation. One needs to open his eyes to understand the truth about his own creation and the created. But it comes under the point, in the world of agriculture, we feed the cow, and what the cow drops out, we put it back in the plant, back on the land, and we see it to help the others to grow. What's the replication of this in the world of creation and the universe? I made man in the image of myself, in the field of strength, in my emotion, in my beauty, and in what I don't need. What we see, let's say jealousy, is the God jealous? Is such a streak in him, or is this an orientation of the man on his own due to its environmental condition? But interesting point comes, go back to some teachings of the long time, long back, where we explain about the existence of the copper in the what we call the structure of the man, and the need for two brains, two sections of brains, to balance, to create a condition of communication. Then it comes what happened with those who do not carry copper or material structure in their environment. They have the beauty of one brain, one structure, not in two halves. are not rare. There are many races like this. And the connection and collection of these with the soul and the dimension of physicality gives them life which they do not consume. Due to the structure of it, they create that condition of the absorption. They create that condition of the...
So again, that's very interesting where many races have this single brain, but not with the copper in it. Apparently, it allows them not to do some of the things we do. And I know he mentioned this double hemispheric brain that man has, trying to make it into a circle he was talking about at one time, but he said it's not unique in the universe, but it's also not common in the universe. So this two hemispherical brain that we have, and I know they're trying to, in a way, create a sphere out of this, perhaps plasmatically, but we have that ability to operate in these both dimensions, I think, as perhaps maybe that other brain, again, I don't know and I don't want to say for sure, but it does seem like there's some difference in the creation for some reason, and I don't quite understand it all yet. But there are others that have the double hemispheric brain, but it's not a common occurrence in the universe, although we are not unique, he had indicated at one point. We'll continue a little more. Anyone else want to add anything else? Or has it touched you? Or has it opened up a point that you've been contemplating? And this is what the knowledge does, is just adding little by little. But it's for you to take and you to understand. That's why you don't have to go to anyone and say, explain this to me. How does it work? Even though that does help sometimes, I think he wants us to, in a way, as I said earlier, investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself. And that way you become that last man standing. And you don't need any intermediaries here or in the universe. We continue another few minutes.
living within the fields which they become the black hole of, and they become the creator. So what we see, we can find parallels. When it comes to the dimension of physicality, in the dimension of its purity, there is always need a balance, what we call Trinity, what we call the structure. Even in the structure of the soul of the creator, where is his Trinity? Why do we call it a mitra? Why have we found the riddle rather than facing the reality, the facts, the structure? I have to give and I have to take, and in giving I have to somebody to give to, and in take I have to get from it. But in the process of giving and taking, there are some bits in the between which comes in and it becomes added. I cannot give you an empty spoon. It has to be something on it. It has to come from somewhere. We call it food. It's the same when you have a twin system. Earth does not have a twin system, but it's part of the structure, because it's a multiple structures of. It has many children at the same time in the same garden. But our sun has the same position. He has a twin. But in give and take, it needs a distance in which the rest of the universe puts on the spoon to give to the other and take from. We see this process in the heart of the man. We see this process in the brain of the man. And then we see this even in our emotion, good and bad. And where we judge what is good and what is bad, we feed from the other one. I used to be a bad guy, now I learned to be a good guy, so I don't do wrongs. We receive some feeling of the strength of the emotion, which brings us to these changes. It's the same with the structure of the universe, structure of the life in the whole entire universe. We always give and we always take, but in giving, some bits are added in between. When it receives by the other side, it's not what we gave. There is something on the spoon which feeds the other. And it's the same when we receive. If you understand these principles, it becomes easy for man to open his eyes to the next dimension of creation, which is, what does RNA gives to the man, to his DNA, and what does it take from? How does it work? How do they connect?
Okay, there's much, much more to this. Anyone want to share their understanding of this? With the amino acids, the giving and the taking, that's everything, magnetical and gravitational, but we have to learn a bit more about playing with these fields and understanding the separation in a way that we're living and we can exist and operate in both dimensions, which again, to the man on the street sounds rather peculiar because even with myself, everything was matter state. Now, slowly, step by step, we're coming into this other dimension of understanding, which is it's new for us in so many ways, even though we've been using it in the dream, in the travel of the soul and other things we haven't realized through the feeding, through communication sometimes when you think of another person and they call you. This is a part of the transmutation of the fields, but we haven't learned the full understanding. At least I haven't. And again, we're all on this road step by step. And I don't think, again, you can do a crash course in these sort of things, although maybe some people can come in and pick up the whole amount of teachings. I think that's a possibility for sure. But for most of us, I think we need to go step by step and too much at one time. As I indicated, the painters and the other things, they didn't finish the portrait in one day or 1 week. These things take time. And I think that's what's happening in the transmutation sessions. So let's go to the announcements, if we can, that Mr. Keshe made in this workshop. They're rather short, but we can hear it and then perhaps go to the store and see the offer within the store. I'm just going to try to bring this up a little bit and see if we can play this. Okay, again, this is the announcements from the past workshop of the 17th, just a few days ago. So let's hear what's being announced in the Keshe Foundation.
The second half, we do have the opportunity for questions, but first, Mr. Keshe usually has something he would like to say.
Yes.
Would you like to go ahead, please?
Yes,
Thanks.
thank you very much. Yeah, it's just that there's not much. We're looking forward to the session tomorrow for those of you who join us. It will be a very interesting session for you to understand yourself and the fields within you, to bring balance between what we call internal structure of you, to feed one. This is why earlier on I explained to you, if you have cancer, stick to plastic bottles or a glass and hold them in your hands during the session and see which way you feel. Feels flowing left to the right or right to the left. And at the same time, as usual, we give you the position of the headphones for you. This time could be slightly different. And then bring you a very interesting point of interaction in the sessions of tomorrow. Please be on time. The allocation of time will be, as usual, in the last minute, because we learn a lot of people join in the last hours, a few people, and the allocation of groups becomes a bit.
Now, what is Mr. Keshe talking about? He's talking about the transmutation sessions. And if I just bring over the store for a moment, I think if we go to the store here, let me just again highlight it for all of us, the Keshe Foundation store. This is what he's talking about these transmutation sessions. And this concluded, let me just make sure we have it up. This concluded the series of 4 sessions, and this is the one here. These are a couple-hour sessions, usually the 3rd Friday of every month, and I think there'll be a meeting for those who attended next Friday at 2 p.m., and you can share your experience for all those who've attended in here. But these are the small sessions of keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. This is the #1 priority for me. And if I get a gift, or if I understand a little more, if I have a lively experience, although this last Friday wasn't as lively, or again, I don't know exactly what was happening internally to me. I was there, I was holding the GANs. It's interesting, we all received a small bottle of dried GANs of zinc and CO2 in London. And he said, one day we'll teach you how to use it. And I said, wait a minute, I thought we already know how to use the CO2 and the zinc. We see many people using it for different reasons, but he said to me, one day we'll teach you how to use it. And of course, in these sessions, people were holding them in their hand. I think the CO2 was in the right hand and the zinc was in the left hand. And if you had a UBSOS or a cosmic ray bundle, you could put a third GANS on top of it or tape it to it, which I did. But it wasn't such a lively interactive experience as it was the last time. And I was there to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. And I did have some, in a way, something where I sort of went back to older positions or in times past, maybe in school, maybe in another institution, maybe seeing pictures of someone I worked with. And of course, I tried to elevate their souls. Didn't understand exactly why I was seeing some of these things that had happened to me in the past. But that was my experience anyway. Is there anyone who was there who would like to share anything of their experience? And there's probably a lot going on in the background that we're not aware of. And of course, the main idea is to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. If he goes out and looks for millions or billions of dollars to run these tests, obviously they'll be co-opted. So he doesn't want to take money from institutions or governments because then there'll be some strings attached. So being part of these sessions, and I think there'll be another session offered in November, probably in place of the conference. But would anyone like to share their experience? And it doesn't have to be anything that, you know, you went to the moon or Mars or something else, or but you can just share what you noticed in your experience. And I know many people are shy about coming out with this in public, and that's fine as well. But we encourage you to book your virtual seat. And again, these are monthly sessions. We'll see what the next one is going to bring. And this is a step-by-step process of, in a way, transferring knowledge or setting things into a certain position within your structure. So when the time of transmutation comes, you're, in a way, fully prepared. And you may not be aware of it, or you may be. Some people are making quite a bit of progress in these sessions. So would anyone like to share anything? If not, we'll go back to the announcements, which is no problem. And of course, this line of soaps, which has been also offered in the store. Again, a soap for pain. Yes?
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I thought maybe the dog said he likes it too.
Well, as I turned it on, he started to bark.
He said, don't forget me. I'm part of this too.
Right. He is. I didn't have any of my own that I made myself, so I had some that I purchased. But my understanding was, in order for it to connect with us personally very well, it needs to have some of amino acids that relate to us. So I remembered from way back when, and I tried that, and we'll see if it works. I added one hair to each one of the soups, and but I missed the meeting by 12 hours, so I will have to do it next Friday. But anyway, I just want to contribute that maybe sometimes we have to make sure we have the amino acid too.
Okay.
That's all.
And did you have the Ganses that were given to you in London?
Those were not the ones I was using. I had some other ones.
Yeah, I used two of those and one that I had made, a combination of zinc and CO2.
Okay, I better turn this off. We got a lot of dogs talking.
Yeah, they want to be part of everything too. We're going to teach them. Okay, and as I was saying, the soap products, this is the new line here, and I think there'll be more added to it. Right now, this is not the one he was talking about, this line of soaps, I don't think, although this is looks like a beautiful orange scented, probably an energizing one. But he talked about a soap for pain, or a soap for if you had any tumors or psoriasis, or perhaps a soap to help you to learn to feed yourself. And the beauty of this is apparently, a new line of soaps are coming out. And as he said, there's no problem adding pure water with fields in it. If anyone was to test that water, it would just appear as natural water. But it does have fields in it. So if someone's making 500 bars of soap and they add some water that they've received in addition to the water that they're using, I'm sure there's a calculation for it. And he said these products are going to be fantastic if they do. And he said we do feel they will do what they're supposed to do. So one was for feeding, one was for, I think he said perhaps a tumor type of growth, one for feeding yourself, and there'll probably be a number of them. And he said you could use them in combination, but not to share them. But this is a way of sort of getting the product in this line of work done, that it can be used in a remote system, as I understand it. This is only a limited time of this testing. They want feedback. So if you're willing, again, to keep the Keshe Foundation free, or you have one of these issues. And he said these soaps that'll be offered are probably €1,000 per bar. But again, compared to other treatments that you may go through, it's actually, as he said, cheap. So it's up to you, again, to participate as you can, or as your soul leads you to participate. But this is the new line and the new way of pursuing this without having to, in a way, be put through the gauntlet of this or that or anything else, because it's just pure water that's being added to the soap bar. Although it's, I'm sure, highly embedded with fields that the matter state testing cannot really pick up on. So it would just appear to be pure natural water. But it would be added into the soap bar and you'd use it probably in the shower or in the bath. But I'm not exactly sure. We haven't seen much more detail. But these right here, he's talking about a cherry bloom, a chocolate almond, a lavender, or an orange, or a rose. So I think these are the ones that are offered here. I don't know if they're going to be individual bars or they're going to be a pack. Alex, any thought on that? Will these be a one-time soap, and hopefully they're not the size of a hotel bar of soap?
I can't give any more information. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I don't either. So, but we're just making everyone aware of what you can try and test on yourself. And of course, give feedback to the foundation of what you've noticed. So this is the line, and as he mentioned, this is the line they will pursue in the upcoming period. Again, to probably put them into a system. I don't know if they'd put a bar of soap there, because I know when they were feeding in Gaza, he said we had to wait for certain materials or certain medications to come in. So I think it's like the orange. You don't actually hurt the orange by replicating its fields. And I think this will be the same with medicines or with food or anything along this line, or these bars of soap, where the system can actually take those fields and convert it digital into plasma and deliver it remotely. So they're just gathering information now on how well these products work, these soaps, feeding, pain, transmutation, other conditions that may afflict you. And I think they'll be highlighted more, but this is the way of actually getting it into the market for people to test without having to go through, as I said, the gauntlet of tests or other things, because soap doesn't have those type of regulations on it. Okay, let's go back to the announcements if we can. So this is the, I guess, Plasma Care Orange. I think it would be in a bar, but I've seen other soaps offered by the Keshe Foundation, which were liquid and in a plastic sort of pump container, but I'm not sure exactly. So let's take this back down. We're going to go back to the announcements. Let me just share the screen here. No, that's not the one I wanted. I do want, well, maybe this is the one. Let's just see. Okay, here it is. Sorry. This new system is a little awkward, but we go back to it. These are the announcements. So we have a few minutes left.
Whatever, we have to wait till the last minute. Try to understand the emotion you feel, the physical emotion you feel, and see who you can connect to. When you listen to the intro, or what we call the promotion we just had about the space flight, this 2020, when we started the space flight, when we brought you into this, what we call the flight room in Linz, many of you over the past few months of training don't need that physical transmutation. From those of you who've been with us for many sessions and have some of the systems, now we see in your correspondence and in what you share with others, you don't need the flight unit anymore. You have learned to transmute. And the only problem you have, if you understood the teaching of today, it should be easier for you to manifest yourself. And the session tomorrow will come partially this way. We try to connect you together, that in the interaction, you learn how you create manifestation in the dimension of the physicality on a point of arrival.
Now, again, I was trying to do something very simple, which was just to move from the couch to a chair in the other room. I wasn't successful at doing it, but I was trying to do it. I felt like I was there, but my physicality was not moving. But this is part of the learning process. Perhaps there's something with me. I don't fully understand it. As he said, if you understand it, you should be able to transmute. It's already been laid out in all the teachings if you can connect it all. But some people are doing much better, and that's no problem. We're waiting for that first one to appear and then to start to teach the others this transmutation. And of course, it's part of the elimination of the borders. And this is what the world leaders will see and realize that they cannot abuse their population, because the population will be able to change its map location pretty quickly on this planet. The transmutation from one point to the other, because we're in the same environment, should be pretty easy for all. We all have the capability to do it. Now we'll start to show it little by little. I think more and more. Someone will break through, or a number of people will break through simultaneously, and they'll begin to teach it more and more to the others. But again, it's you're a unique creation. We're the same, but yet what works for someone else may not exactly work for you. So it's for you to take this knowledge, investigate, understand for yourself. He keeps stressing this, and that's what we'll play next is the patents, what he talked about, the patents and the books, and how it's not really open to sharing your understanding of what Mr. Keshe is speaking of, because we're not able to make all the connections. And so until that point in time, we just have to put it on the table and allow others to take it. And this is the approach I've used in the Keshe Foundation, and that's why I play his words, because they actually have a way of reaching you as an individual soul, rather than me delivering that and explaining what I don't really understand fully. Allow Mr. Keshe to do it and reach to your creator, your soul, and allow that transfer of knowledge.
So tomorrow, when you join us in the session, try to come with at least 3 headphones, because we need it. And then you will be given a new combination of connection, which this brings into operation the whole of physical and the soul and dimension of the emotion together. It'll be an interesting test for many of you, as by the way, come with a headband that you can move your headphone to the position we recommend you, and then you understand why. In many of the sessions which we will come up with for you to learn more, you will understand new ways of using the fields of your body. And then you don't need us because you already have become passengers of the universe, and you can do it without headphones. Some of you as knowledge seekers have already started doing it. And on the travel group, I saw the entry from one of the knowledge seekers that doesn't need a system anymore to connect to, because he can do it, he's learned it, how to do it, he monitors his own fields, and we have a few people like this in the group that have gradually built up the process to understand, observe, and move. Tomorrow's teaching will be amazing.
And again, somebody was looking at the microphones, and in our meeting, it went a little longer because Mr. Keshe said we're gathering some very interesting data. We'd like you to stay here, and we're going to extend it for maybe 15 or 20 minutes. But we had these headphones connected, and in the past, he said we need two-way communication. But this time it appeared that none of the headphones actually were opening. So they may have found a way or looking for a way to actually bypass the headphone and just connect directly to the soul. I know he talked about using the headphones as, in a way, trapping the soul. That's why we were putting them on each side of the head, because now no matter which direction you move your head, the soul is trapped in a way between the headphones. But we didn't have an open mic that I noticed, and I wasn't really paying attention. I sort of got away from paying attention to the chat or to anyone making noise or if the headphones were open or closed. So I just assumed they were open all the time, but somebody told me later they didn't see the headphones opening at all. And I think there were 4 systems from the Keshe Foundation in there. Our meeting had about 17, I think, including the host and including some of these systems in our meeting. But it was interesting that before he said we needed the two-way communication, and maybe now they've directly, in a way, or we've directly connected to the soul of the system has connected to our energies.
For those of you who are trying to bring physical manifestation to yourself. It will be a joyful time, and it will be for us interesting to see how you lot get connected to. And if you have your what we call cosmic ray communication system, if you have your glasses and if you bring with yourself 3 bottles of the ganses, choose it. You decide a mixture, put it on the top and connection to yours. And then you will understand how and why we brought the communication bundles in, and then you understand how much it'll be more or less what you call in the English language teleportation, but with representation of the totality. You will understand when it comes to it gradually. On the other hand, everything in the Keshe Foundation is as usual. We're still moving on with the research and development, and up to today we have not received clearance from Iran. And as some of you know, all flights to Iran at the moment are suspended because of the political and the general policy of the center. And we hope the Keshe Foundation will be involved in this kind of things to bring an end to this mayhem. And we'll see and watch and see if we are given the opportunity to show how technology can bring peace and bring the change in many, many dimensions. If there are any questions, we'll try to answer. And I received before I go to it, I received a request, couple of requests. Are the cosmic bundles still available? Yes. Now we have actually have them in reserve. They're built and they're slowly coming as a stock clear reserve. You don't need to wait for this, more or less within a week or so of shipment. And all your other things are getting shipped, and I hope your cosmic materials finally decided on a boxing. We'll start shipping out in the next week or so, because now you receive what you want, and then maybe next week or 2 we show you the images of what it will be there. Those of you who bought 2 cosmic materials, in the following sessions to come, Try to hold those in your hand during the session and see how you interact, how you connect, and how much the what we call transmutation become much easier. This was the purpose we produced this initially and originally. These are the ways this was called cosmic material, to connect you, to bring this process forward. You will feel it, you feel the strength of the fields, and then we show you the next step in the development. Are there any questions?
Okay, so this is the cosmic ray material, the offer from the Keshe Foundation. One of the reasons for the delay was that they were looking for a case that would fit this type of material. In other words, when Mr. Keshe was in the diamond business, if they sold a $10,000 diamond, they just put it in a box. But when they had $1 million or a bigger sale like that, he said we had to find an appropriate case or a display of it, that it was properly presented. So now they have found that, and this cosmic ray material should be being shipped in the very near future, if not already being done. But as he said, this material will probably grow in value. And maybe people will use these, as he said, in the transmutation test in the future. You'll hold on to this cosmic ray material, which again, how to make it, how to convert it, will not be shared, but how to use it, if you have it, will be shared. So this is the cosmic ray material. And of course, what I was showing earlier was the I'm just looking for that cosmic ray bundle. I thought it was right on top. Just a moment. Let me see if we can go back to it. No, well, let's go forward to it. Okay. This is the flight. And here it is right here. This is what he was talking about, the cosmic cosmic ray communication bundle. There is another group of these being made. And if you have the Ubisos, you can use that as well. I think the cosmic ray communication bundle is built into the Ubisos, but the Ubisos is not in the cosmic ray communication bundle. And of course, with this cosmic ray communication bundle, which he said there are many, many things that can be delivered down the line, not only food and not only medicine, but many things. You can actually purchase extra headphones. One unit comes with a set of headphones, but then you can have other members of your family have their own headphone for a very similar experience or communication. I think, as we know, there's a lot of things that can be provided. We're becoming, or we are a nation, as he said, I think in a workshop or two ago, where we can feed our people and we can provide medicine for our people. So again, this will be not necessarily through a cosmic ray as well, but this is the, in a way, the beginning of this, where many, many things can be delivered on the line of the cosmic ray bundle, again, remotely. And I think all these tests we're doing, the soaps and the rest, are all going to be converted into providing the same results, but through digital to plasma, as I understand it. Okay, I think that concluded that. And as I was saying, one of the things Mr. Keshe was talking about in this workshop, if I can just bring up our patents are open to the public, but, he said, and I think we should listen to this, because this has a lot to do with sharing all the different knowledges from the Keshe Foundation. And it's really to allow the others to find this for themselves. Not that you won't talk to them, but you're not going to tell them this is exactly the way it works. And, you know, I know exactly what is being said. And so he's talking about the patents first, not to replicate them, but you can take pieces out for yourself and play with it yourself, but not to translate it, because most likely you'll have it wrong. He said the same with the books. So I'm thinking this also applies to the workshops and to the papers he's written. Yes, you can read the papers word for word, as we're doing with that black hole paper. We're going to make it sort of into an audio book, but we're not changing anything. We're just reading verbatim, word for word of what's been provided, and a couple of the knowledge seekers are working on that. But when we try to tell people this is what Mr. Keshe means, he sort of discourages that strongly, because we're not at the level of understanding. We have not connected all the dots. So let's just share the knowledge, or share what you think you understand, but it may not be applicable for the other person exactly the way you've applied it. And that's the beauty of this. It's we're all on these individual journeys. And that makes you that last man standing, where you know it works, you understand it, and no matter if somebody tells you you can't feed yourself, you know you can.
Okay, we have a hand up here now with Berang, I believe it is. Would you like to open your microphone and go ahead? Hello, Berang, did you?
Hello.
Yes, we hear you.
Hi, dear Rick. Hi, dear Rick. Hi, dear Mr. Keshe. Thanks. And really, really thankful for your great teachings. And last session, 559, was so shocking and so great. And so I cannot explain what was for me and for others. I have three questions. Two of them belongs to others knowledge seekers. One of them is my question, and I will just ask these three questions. First of all, I start from the patent of Keshe Foundation, or your patent. Or patents, because recently one of the Iranian knowledge seekers who translated your books, he published one of your patent PDF, and then dear Raphael asked him to not publish it because Mr. Keshe in Brazil teaching asked to not publish this. And I just wanted to ask first, what's the position and what's your decision? Thanks. This is my first question.
Our patents are open to public, but when you translate it, it brings a lot of, what do you call it? Just because you translated it doesn't translate the knowledge of the patent. This is why we ask, if you do it for yourself, because your translation from what you understand could bring total misunderstanding into it. We come to it next week, in 2 weeks' time, where we gave our patent in the sealed keys to world leaders, including Obama, in 2012. And then it was in the hand of governments for 4 years, and in 2016, we opened it to the world population, and according to the sources in patent office, it created chaos, so much downloads that they had to bring in backups to do it, because they thought they were cyber attack but at that time. But it was so many people downloading the patents of the Keshe Foundation. You have the freedom to download. We gave it away worldwide. We open our patents, give to humanity. But we object to it to be translated and spread around, because if it's not done the correct way, you bring misunderstanding and then problems in the future. This is why we say we don't like you to translate. If you do it for yourself, do it for yourself. This is why we are so pedantic even with the books. It has to be done the correct way. We try to monitor all the translations, whatever is done. So yes, you can download, it's freely done, we open it to public, but no, do not translate it and publish it on the line, because it's a technical patent and you don't have that knowledge of technicality it's written on. You translate it as the words you understand, and that can create problem for the future generation understanding the pattern, because then it says Mr. Keshe said this, but it doesn't, because the translator did not translate it correct. In the future, when knowledge seekers become more in depth with the knowledge, maybe a group of them sitting and going through it to do a translation, yes, to understand all aspects of it.
So is he making, he's making the point clear to me. Anyone else want to share anything about this? About interpreting what he actually said? As I've always said, he speaks with a lot of doubletante, which is some sort of French word, meaning he's speaking at multiple levels to multiple entities, I think. That's why he's saying he knows how to teach and he knows how to deliver. Maybe in the future, knowledge seekers will get together, a group of them, he said, and try to see if they can put together what's been said, but we're not at that level of understanding at this point, and it can cause a lot of confusion. I know we had that in the past with the lead GANs and other aluminum GANs and things, which Mr. Keshe has told us to stay away from, although they were mentioned in some of the workshops in other places. But again, we do not have, as I see it right now, and I don't know if anyone's worked with the patents. I don't know if anyone has put them together or built anything. Even the one that got a patent from the Keshe Foundation or used Mr. Keshe's work to obtain a patent, which in a way was already released, the star formation, he said, they don't understand it either. They can't put it together. So if the world leading scientists can't really put it together, and some of them have apparently put some things together. I know he mentioned that about the MagRav recently in the last 5 or 8 workshops, where he said the knowledge seekers didn't do much with the MagRav, but this group that is observing the Keshe Foundation, he said they have. They've done something with it. Of course, it's not come out into the public. So this is why I like to have Mr. Keshe explain things, and then you take from it what you can absorb from it, not what I think you should absorb from it. And of course, I have to pick some selected parts. But again, it's about you taking from this knowledge what you understand about it, not what I try to enforce on you as an understanding. And this is the beauty of the knowledge, as he said with the disclaimer. It's for you to investigate and understand and what befits you. And there's no peer review within the Keshe Foundation. Any comments on that? Okay.
The pattern is there. We publish it everywhere. It's a gift to humanity. But translation of it, I always had the objection to, because unless it's done by an expert and translated the correct way, let people translate it and understand it according to themselves. And when you get translation of these patterns from anyone in your language, you open yourself to a lot of misunderstanding, because they didn't understand, they just translated the words, not the essence of it. This is one of the biggest problems with the Keshe Foundation books and the patent. It's written in understanding of the, what we call partially the culture of English language and partially the emotion of being Iranian, especially in book 1. And when we gave the book 1 to, for the edition 2, they said there's so many mistakes in it. So lady in England, English translator, whatever correction, I do it. When the book came back, it was totally not even so many percentage of the what is in the original book. Because she put her, and when I explained to her, you cannot do this, this is how I understand it, and I'm there to correct. I said, you don't even understand what has been translated, what has been written, because you don't have the scientific knowledge. But when you look at the German translation of the original book 1, it's very precise. It's done by scientists. And that's why you don't see book 2 and 3 in German, because to do book number 2 and 3, I have to spend 2 or 3 weeks sitting with this couple with the Schneiders, to make sure is what said in the book is what is translated. If any of you have book edition 1 of the book 1, and you read the what we call second edition, you see there's a huge difference. Book number 1 is what I've written. Book number 2 is what is corrected by somebody who had no scientific knowledge, and it had to be done because there was some English word mistakes. I prefer the one with mistake because I understand the essence of it than somebody trying to, and it's the same with the patterns.
So if it's the same with the patents and it's the same with the books, is it the same with the papers? Is it the same with the Knowledge Seekers Workshop? Anyone? Or that's delivered at something where you can understand it. And just because they said the English wasn't correct, so they messed it up even more, thinking they're trying to help. But as Mr. Keshe said, you didn't even understand the scientific meanings of what was being conveyed there. And I think this is the level we're at. Maybe in the future, we'll do something else. And that's why, as I said, like to present the platter or the buffet table is set for you. You take what you befits you. Not what I say, this is the way it works and there's no other way it works. That doesn't work for me, at least for me.
If you are interested in part of pattern, take it out and go translate into language, and then understand the meaning of it, what it means, and then write it in the translation of the line. And then your understanding might come near to it. And this pattern opening has a lot of effects and whatever. You got to understand, go back before 2006, 5, when we opened the Keshe Foundation, we start teaching and we spread the knowledge, and go back to 2012 when we gave the patents to the governments and they gave it to the scientists. Don't forget, Chinese spent 10 years studying the pattern. They're still studying the pattern. They're trying to see what they can get out of it. And this has brought revolution in science. And we see it, be it in nanotechnology, be it in the plasma technology, and it's become part of the world of science without anyone, in a way, understanding. And as the scientists read it, they take their own understanding with the knowledge of what they have in their science, they come up with the new solutions. We saw this one with Tesla. A few years ago, they came up with a new energy battery and they're going to patent it. I wrote to them, you go and patent it. This is the Keshe Foundation, you just put different word and part of your own understanding. It cannot be patented because it's a shared knowledge as a gift to humanity. Tesla couldn't patent it. We have, as I said, Mexican, Romanian, American, who took the teachings of 2014-15 when we brought the star formation, and in 2020 has put a patent in the name of American Naval, what they call the services, as an American patent, actually claiming the star formation. And he's given the patent. But nobody ever spoke about it, and now the Keshe Foundation patent, or what they call free work, given to this guy in America, to an American Naval Forces, have the Keshe Foundation star formation from 2014-15 when we showed it live with left-hand reduction in, what do you call it, on our teaching. American patent officers are so stupid they didn't check. This guy's cheating. But they're set to do it, that if you come, let's say it's American, it's very easy. 2014, star formations done by knowledge seekers in the Sensano, live, you saw it. And then this guy's taken it and put it American intellect patent. So let them do what they do, but the knowledge doesn't change. But let them do what they understand. We showed the weight reduction in star formation in London conference, and we've seen the guy in America says it cannot be done. They're still trying for 5 years building a star formation which even shows 1 gram of reduction. The guy can't get in there using a hot plasma and the rest. It has to be open, but it has to be independent investigation by every knowledge seeker in it, not by translator, which somebody will translate and put in there what they understand.
As Mr. Keshe said to the people that are working with the patent in the United States, the naval authorities, he said, you should contact the guy who actually made the patent, not someone who patented someone else's work because they didn't feel like patenting it. And as he said, they've been working on this for years and they've really probably gotten nowhere. But they are adding something to it, as the Chinese have been studying for 10 years. And I had envisioned this a while back. They probably have 100 or 200 of their top scientists working on this relentlessly, trying to open this up. They're opening up a little bit of it, as I understand, but again, not understanding the totality. But they should contact again. And I think there's an open line of communication between the Keshe Foundation and the Chinese. And hopefully that line will open up again with the Americans as well. This is why he's putting that rare earth material on the table as a negotiating chip in a way. That, as he said, 1 gram of this material used in the right way, properly, can provide a dome of protection over a nation. And it's, as he said, we've already tested this. So again, I'm not privy to those tests, but he indicated that it had been tested and it was successful. So these storms, missiles, other things, instead of dropping bombs, maybe we can drop these cosmic ray materials when we need it over a nation. I don't know if it'd be a permanent barrier shielding or it'd be something, again, like feeding. You'd have to sort of go back and re-up. And maybe that's the same way of using this cosmic material as a dome of protection. I don't know, but they should contact the inventor of the material or the creator of the patent to know more of the details and how it works. Of course, Mr. Keshe is very careful about releasing too much at one time until we're ready for it. But I think at that level, they could benefit by working with Mr. Keshe directly rather than someone who's taken someone else's patent and actually patented it, not even understanding it.
So the patents are open. Do not publish what you translated, because you could translate 100% wrong whether what it says, what you think they are, because you could put it in a Google translation, or you think your English was so good. This special patent, the big patent, every claim of it has taken sometime hours of discussion between me and Jack Lorenz. Now, I don't want this word because it means something else. It changes something else. Some of the pictures, I have the file of the pictures. Some of the pictures you see in the book or in the patent is so precise. It's just to use a picture. But I think some of them have 50, 100 correction before we came to what I was happy and they could explain it. And you just look at it and, oh, that's what it is. There's a reason we put even a dot in a pattern in a certain place. And if you just translate and don't understand what it's connected to, so you pass on the wrong information because you do, and the people don't understand, think, oh, this is what the pattern says. It's not. And so please, what you translate, keep it to yourself and don't put it in public, because you can create more damage and misunderstanding than actually you think. And that's why we said don't do it. Original pattern is there, take it down, see what you understand. There is no peer reviewing, and when you translate, you become like a peer reviewer. This is what I understood and it's wrong. Question number 2.
Okay, so that was a bit of advice from Mr. Keshe on trying to translate or to say what you think he's saying. But again, you can take it for yourself, play with it, and then share with the others what you think you understand about it, not making it an absolute or this is exactly the way it is, because we don't have that depth of knowledge and understanding. Okay. Let's go to our Dome of Peace. If there's no questions or comments from anyone, we will now create this Dome of Peace, which every Sunday, let me just make sure we have this up here. We spread the water of GANs that we've made, and creating this Dome of Peace. And this is a background from the Brazilians. Hopefully we can see that on the screen. I'm not sure. No, it seems to want to go individually here, but every Sunday at 12 p.m. and or 6 p.m., it's a call to all knowledge seekers. Let's create that Dome of Peace using the plasma water. And this is something he said we could do, encourage us to do. And it's something, again, we're not going to fail at. As he said with the soul, he'll deal with the physical and or perhaps the systems that we see. Let's just see where that went. Okay. He'll deal with the physical end, and it's up to us to deal on the energy end. And no one fails this test. So this is the first step of creating the Dome of Peace, which is spreading the GANs water, which the Chinese and others have been doing for years and years into the fountains and the rivers. And he said it's something for our physicality to do, but it also connects the wellness centers together. I don't understand all of that, because originally they were going to build wellness centers, and now that's sort of shelved because they've gone to this remote system. So maybe these GANSs are actually helping to connect this whole system together. No one seems to know exactly what Mr. Keshe is building on this planet. And of course, it's subject to change, I think, as conditions change.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, simple enough. Make a GANs, take a third of the water from the top, and again, put your intentions in it when you're spraying it or when you're making it, that this will be used for peace. But the GANs has its own intelligence. It absorbs your emotions, and it will go where it needs to go, and it'll bring balance where it needs to bring balance. So that's the first step of creating this Dome of Peace. Now Mr. Keshe is encouraging us to work on the second part of creating the Dome of Peace, which is the power of the souls. And of course, you can meet with the Brazilian team, if I can just share this one, for daily intentions, where there's actually a physical meeting. KesheBrazil.com, or in the Telegram, you can find the links to connect and join the intention on Wednesday and every day, but there's a special intention at 6 p.m. on Wednesday to, again, create through the energies, through our central energies, this Dome of Peace. So let's go back. Actually, I can go here. Fine. Okay, so let's hear from Shweta. Thank you, Stefania. And creating and he said, we're going to continue to do this until we reach that permanent, peaceful condition on this planet. So again, if you missed this Sunday or last Sunday, or you haven't started doing it, pick up the flower. And again, allow the GANs to do the work using your emotions for peace, as I see it.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. In here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the guns, waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, so let's take 2.5 minutes and we'll create this Dome of Peace, and I'll show a background after where the Universal Council invites the knowledge seekers to participate in this process on a daily basis, whether it's in a physical meeting or whether it's in just the pure energy dimension. So let's, with the power of the soul, with the inner calmness of peace, let's share our soul with those in need on this planet, whether it's disasters or wars or the world leaders or the religious leaders. We're elevating all of them, and we can reach all of them simultaneously. We have that mother connection. So let's just take 2.5 minutes, and as Mr. Keshe said, don't do it just once a week or once a day. Try and do it all the time. Thank you. And that's how easy it is to create the Dome of Peace. And of course, the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. So if you enjoyed the process, and what Mr. Keshe said is nobody fails this test. So we've all, in a way, are adding, but the souls in these positions are quite low. So they need a lot of elevation. And when we reach that tipping point of many more souls giving in this manner, we will see the manifestation of the peace in the matter state. So it's going to take the technology, but it's also going to take us to want to bring the change as a collection of humanity. And this is what Mr. Keshe is saying. So every day, and again, next weekend on Sunday, the clocks will change. Our program here will start an hour later than usual as we key off Central European time. And the final, the next Sunday, will be back to the regular time. So just to let everyone know, we'll still meet at 7 p.m. Central European time next week, next Sunday, but it'll be instead of 6 hours behind New York time, behind CET, will only be 5 hours. So it'll start an hour later, just to let everyone know. But please join us in this process. It doesn't take a lot of work. It doesn't take a lot of effort. Working with the plasma is quite simple and quite easy. And the beautiful part of it is nobody fails this test. So thank you all for listening and participating as you choose to be. I think it's time. I know, Alex, you've sort of gotten short shrifted last week, but we saw some beautiful work from shared by Gianni. And we want to thank everyone who's on Gianni's team. But this time, I think you'll have more than as much time or as much time as you need to convey your message or sharing what you'd like us to listen to today. So we thank you, Alex, for being here continually, never missing, and continuing to deliver the knowledge, not only here, but across this globe and across this universe. Alex, are you with us? Please take the screen. And we are seeing your screen. Great.
Okay, so that's a positive. Let's bring one more screen up and let's see if that comes up. Nope, it didn't come up. Let's so I have to reshare.
Okay. It's no problem. With this new type of sharing, you can put a number of different panels up, but you have to switch. There it is. There's the disclaimer. I think you've caught it.
Yeah, so let's let's work it out. I hope my voice hangs in today.
Okay. So far, so good.
Okay, rev up your engines, everybody. Here we go.
Okay, I think we're not hearing any sound. So we're going to start it again, but this time I think you need to, when you share, just check that optimize sound box and optimize video box. When you do the share, that little right-hand small blue boxes, I think, or they're black, but when you click them, they turn blue. Tiny ones to the right.
Optimize for video sharing as well?
Yes.
Oh, both of them.
Yeah, I think both of them I always do, and that way it covers the basis. Thank you.
And Mark, don't forget, it's only one person sharing at a time.
Okay.
But you can do 3 sections on your one share.
Okay, we're learning more, but let's proceed. Thank you, Gail.
Thank you.
Well, if only it would start working. Okay. Plan B.
Plan B.
Yeah. We're activating Plan B.
Okay. Would you like me to share the disclaimer? We're not hearing anything.
No, we're not hearing anything. I just don't understand why.
Okay.
This is 3 weeks in a row running, eh?
Yeah, no, it's the sharing has been a little bit off with this new upgrade. Would you, yeah, okay, there it is. It's back again. You've shared the sound, you've shared the audio and the video, and all you need to do is press share and it should energize.
Yeah, it should. Okay, there's another quirk in the thing, and that has to do with I don't understand. I'm sorry. Everything was working fine.
Okay, let me, yes.
May I ask a question? I don't know your system, but do you have when you're ready to share, there's a whole bunch of your pictures of different openings, right? Of different programs. Do you make sure you press shift and click on the ones, because if you have more than one, you need to have them, they'll come up in like a blue color. Do you do that?
Meaning highlighting it, Alex.
It's something new that I'm yes, highlighting it with shift and clicking.
Yeah, I'm catching that.
I'm just asking.
This seems to be a problem with QuickTime Player.
Is that something that you do? Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. It's something new that
Okay.
Could you
Mark.
could you increase the volume a little bit? Is that the issue on this? Is it turned down too low?
No, it just needs to roll the tape. Oh man. Okay, I'm afraid to. How do I do this?
All right, Alex, I will play the disclaimer if I can.
Please. Yeah. I apologize. It worked last week. Thank you.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, there we go. I think you can take the screen back and proceed. Yes, you have. And we see your background.
Okay, so welcome everybody, and thank you for putting up with the glitches here. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting, and you're all part of the Canadian, American, Mexican, the whole North American team. And what makes this meeting so powerful is the representation that we have from all the other continents. And there's so much work going on in the background that we don't see, but rest assured that it's there because we get the feedback constantly. So let's get into it. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing intermediate transmutation. The subject today is tensity. My name is Alexander. It is October the 20th, 2024. I am from Canada, and this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we carry on from the COVID unbonding last week, we had to discuss what are we bonding these spheres? Well, we never discuss how we create these spheres. And so that's what we're going to get into today, because as we know, we're on the hesitancy highway and we say, okay, well, what is that? That's the lowest energy state. And so we're all riding these donkeys crossing the bonding highway, but the travel is so slow. We will need a tent for the evening, won't we? Or maybe 2 tents. And as we go through outer space, we see the cover of book number 3, and we see a very strange picture where we have one field, which we knew was the book number 1, the creation of the matter, and then it broke up into 2 fields. Is that what we mean by 2 tents? Or should we just pitch our tents somewhere on the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky? And why are we always settling for that little pie in the sky? Why can't we settle for the big pie in the sky? Well, we don't want to be greedy, right? So when we look at the knowledge as it's conveyed by Marantov Keshe in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, we see that the convergence of this matter combines the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. Okay, well, what's containing in that? And so we find that's the tensity. The containment of this matter is the tensity. And then, of course, there's book number 2, The Structure of the Light. Well, the structure of the light goes from the containment of one matter to the containment of another matter. And each of these matters has a containment governed by tensity. So somehow, from that matter, the light has to emit, and somehow that light has to be absorbed through the structure of the tensity that creates the containment field of that matter. And so that's how we see the cover of book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, because we see the 2 fields with their own containment. So the question we have to ask is, what causes the boundary? We talked about the Coulomb barrier before, but the Coulomb barrier has to do specifically with Earth. But the Coulomb barrier is the containment field. And since each field is different, then the tensity of that field has to be different. So when we're regarding the tensity of the containment, we could call it the sort of Coulomb barrier, but the Coulomb barrier specifically refers to Earth and only Earth. So this is why for 348 weeks in a row, we have been seeking one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace, as presented by Rick Crammon and the Universal Council, to try and let everybody understand that there's more than what we have within our own field of containment. And we refer to the commandments without any solid understanding of where these commandments came from. So there has to be a reference library that discusses this. And as we find out, there is. And so not only do we see the first 10 commandments, but we see the subsequent 24. So this is our journey to try and find this plasma highway, because here we are in the transmission highway, where we have the waves and the frequency. It's the lowest energy state. And we had to transition ourselves to what we call the transition highway, which takes us to the next level. And the transition highway is kind of a T intersection, if you will. It can take us to the transmission or the transmutation. In fact, every level is a T intersection. So the question then is, how do we navigate this? Well, from our point of view, we look at our MAGRAPH pie chart and we see, well, the speed of light is a constant transmission, but we know that it has a variable transition because we have different colors. So the speed of light is just part of the pie, and we seem to be well content with what we have. And the rest of the universe, well, of course, it's light years away. So are we disconnected, or are we conflicted in a zone between affinity and prejudice? So we ask ourselves all this time these questions, and in understanding the basic terminology and understanding the basic dimensions, and as we can see that regardless of which energy state, it seems to have a minimum of 3 dimensions, and that only becomes the medium, not the message. And then we have to make relationship choices. Well, how do you make a choice in singularity? I guess if you're buying a Model T Ford, you can only buy a Ford. So we're talking about tensity, and there's life intense, or life is intense. And what does tensity mean? So there are many words, and I brought up a lot of these things like tension, stress, tightness, pressure, tautness, pull, straining, stretching, tenseness, stiffness, all things to do with tensity. But that's not what it means for us in the science. Because as we're making these relationship choices, we have to understand that there's a shifting from the singularity versus the duality. These are the choices that we have to make. And it doesn't just include more dimensions. But this is how you determine a charge. How do you know if it's positive or negative? So there has to be a relationship. And so often I refer to the relationship as being a surface to volume ratio. And this was one of the most grounding aspects of my knowledge, because it really moved away a lot of the clutter. And for a lot of people, it was dissatisfactory. But I assure you, it's very accurate and very appropriate. Because you see, when we say 1 and 1 is greater than 2, have we defined the one? And have we defined the other one? Other than to say the 1 and the 1 are the feeding dimensions. And so the result, of course, is the feedback. But the thing about the feedback is that you haven't lost the feeding dimensions. So the feedback dimension includes the feeding dimensions. So that's why there are 2 feeding dimensions and 3 feedback dimensions. And since these 3 dimensions are the medium, they're not the message. And so what we want to see is the message. So we're not those dimensions either. We're the observer. And in many cases, we're also the fudger, because our lack of understanding makes us incapable of explaining things properly. and that's normal. You can't be an expert in all subjects. And but it all depends on how much time you devote. But the point is that we always assume that 1 and 1 are the same one. Well, there's a problem. When we're talking about surface to volume ratios, the key point is that the smaller the size, the higher the ratio. And the higher the ratio, the higher the negative charge. And likewise, the higher the negative charge, the higher the susceptibility. But the obvious question is, higher to what? Because you can't compare things to yourself. So what happens if we increase the volume? Well, we reduce the ratio, the surface to volume ratio. We reduce the negative charge. And the surface increases in intensity. And so we have to question what happens to susceptibility. So there's something clearly wrong with this picture. And what it is that we maybe have increased the volume, but we haven't made an adjustment on the tensity. Because when we're talking about surface tension, when you increase the volume, you create a high surface tension. So in order to sustain that high surface tension, you have to have a high positive charge. And so therefore, you have to have a low surface to volume ratio. So compare that to something that's smaller, where you have a low surface tension, high negative charge, and a high surface to volume ratio. Well, now we have a relationship. Everything in life has a relationship, whether it's in singularity or in duality. And so we have to make choices. And so these choices aren't so much singularity versus duality. They have to deal with the conservation of energy. And we toyed with that when we were talking about the cups of life. Like, here's a duality. Here are 2 energy points. And we have 2 cups of life. One has the emotional GANs and one has the physical GANs. And so when we put the two cups together, we created the cup of man. The cup of man is the combination of the two cups. Cup of man is a two-cup cup. And when we create other Ganses, we find that each of those has a cup. And then we find that there are earth Ganses, and we see the different colors. So we know that they're earth Ganses because, first of all, they're produced on Earth. And second of all, because they have a color. So when we're talking about this matter plasma dimension, the difference in the matter state is the physical you can touch and see, but the plasmatic you cannot touch or see. But both contribute to the feeding and the feedback. And so when we say that man is feedback dominant, then, we kind of go round and round, chasing our tail like a dog. So this relationship between the magnetical and gravitational field forces is seeking balance. That's why it's called a maggrav. And so the relationship between the scientific and spiritual community is also seeking a balance. And the plasma science adds to the knowledge. So the plasma science is the one cup of the two-cup system of the scientific and spiritual community. And so that follows the laws of the conservation of susceptibility, where you have independent plasmatic variables, and so the equations have to balance. So you have the magnetical susceptibility on one side and the gravitational susceptibility on the other side, and the equality between the two sides is the maggrav balance position. But you still have the magnetic on the one side, and you still have the gravitational on the other side. So all three sides, if you will, the left side, the right side, and the center equal side, they are all still there. They don't get consumed in a basic transaction like this. But we have other transactions, so we call the creation of principal matter, which starts with PM ticks, which of course are magnetical because of the high surface to volume ratio. They're plasmatics. They travel through the universe and they converge onto the planet. And they combine and convert into a plasmagen, combining the principal matter, transition matter, and convergence matter. And so we create a maggrav condition. That maggrav condition then is in itself becomes a gravitational construct. But that maggrav containment cannot manifest in physicality without one more interaction. It has to have another maggrav, another field of containment. The maggrav of the earth and the interaction of this principal matter convergence and the earth maggrav convergence creates a field interaction we call inertia. And that creates the physicality. And the energy that is produced within this is unique because it has different flavors, It has different needs. It is different in every way. There's no two energy packs the same. There are commonalities, but they're not the same, not 100% the same. And so that creates the variableness of life, the spice of life, as we like to call it. So this principal energy flow, we find is a two-way street. And since energy is in motion down this two-way street, we're talking about two-way transmission and, of course, two-way transition. And so, yes, we are the blue planet because we're the water planet, but we emit what we are, and what we are is a manifestation of emotion. So when we emit what we don't need, but we don't emit it in anger, and we don't emit it in harm, but emit it in what we want it to be. And so if we're going to emit, we have to emit it to something else. And we find that the sun does the same thing. So it too is a two-way emission of intention between the sun and the earth. And so there's a covalent bonding between these two connections. And so when we're looking at the y-axis sphere and we see the conservation of susceptibility, there's a y-axis transmutation, but there's an x-axis relationship. That's the pH scale. And so in the meantime, we see things moving around us. We know that there are things moving within us. And then, of course, as a total body, we can do the movement as well. And so this pH transmutation is point to point. And each point is contained within a tensity. Excuse me. So when we look at the matter state and we say, okay, well, the matter state is an affirmation of life, but in many ways it's also denial of life, because we can't see what bonds all of these points together. We only see what bonds us in the physical matter state. But we have to understand that each point has a density of containment. So when we look at the rotating hemispheres, we find that they are rotating within a containment, and that they have a covalent bond between the North and South Pole. So if one field has a North and South Pole, another field has a North and South Pole, but we're going to call it a magnetical and gravitational pole. And so there's a two-way street of energy flowing. And the flowing is from the magnetical to the gravitational, because each field is giving. And then each field is taking in the gravitational. But that still looks like a one-way street. It doesn't account for the two-way streetedness. So the susceptibility then has to be in two directions. If the magnetical North Pole is of a higher field strength than the magnetical South Pole, then the decision of which pole will be magnetical will be made by the relationship of the two. So therefore, the magnetical North Pole has a smaller field strength, higher negative charge. So conversely, what maintains the gravitational notation for the South Pole is the difference between the gravitational field strength of the North Pole and the gravitational field strength of the South Pole. So since the gradient on the magnetical North Pole is more extreme, meaning that the magnetical North Pole has a higher negative charge, it means the magnetical North Pole has a higher positive charge as well. And so if it has a higher positive charge, it means that the positive charge of the South Pole is not as strong because the gradient is less. And so it would only follow that the magnetical field coming out of the South Pole is also less. So let me summarize what I just said. The relationship of the magnetical and gravitational gradient of the North Pole energy is higher than the gradient of the magnetical gravitational energy of the Southern Pole. And so that's what determines the susceptibility. That's what determines the direction of flow. So when we're looking at these spherical fields, and we find that they're all overlapping, and there's different ganses and different Gans manifestation, and each one is a maggrav. And then how do they all come together? So they're locked together by a covalent bonding. So the conservation of energy really is the conservation of plasmagen state dependency, because the state dependency transcends three states: the atomic state, the nanostate, and the Gans state. So what's interesting, of course, about the atomic state is because of the three, it's the lowest energy state. And then when you get into the nanostate, because of the high surface to volume ratio, it is of a higher energy state. But when you look at the Gans state, something else happens. So we're going to discuss that a little bit later. So then we see that it's the interacting spheres that are conducting this transfer energy. And it's always balanced. And you say, how can that be? So we're talking about tensity. And if we see that the energy state on one side is contained within a tent, and the energy state on the other side is contained within a tent, how do we move from one tent to the other? And so we find that we can also move from a higher energy state to a lower energy state. And then we can move from a lower energy state to a higher energy state. So when we're talking about sphere-to-sphere relationships, that is going from one launch point to a target point, or from another launch point back to a target point, and it's supposed to be in balance, then that emission of intention has to be able to do this without bursting the tensity. bursting the tensity. So when we look at the covalent bonding dimension, we see that the covalent bonding operates in different energy states. So, for instance, there's a plasmatic spectrum. The rules of the covalent bonding apply to that. There's a physicality spectrum. The rules of the covalent bonding work in that respect. Then there's the reality dimension in between, and the rules of the covalent bonding also apply in that respect. And sometimes we call it the vanilla radiance because we haven't really determined what it is. And the reason we haven't done that, of course, is because we haven't taken into account the environment. But what we have to see is that the ray motion is part of creation. And so as the rays come in, they come in and we call it natural decay, which is an unfortunate term because it's a nuclear term, but it's still part of natural creation. So it's a dropping down in energy. That's what the decay is. So in fact, it'd be cruel to say that, when you were born, you were part of the natural decay process. But if you look at the other side and we see something else happening. So when we look at a neutron and we look at the components in a neutron, we find it's fairly complex. It isn't just a bag of stuff. And each one has a unique flavor. So this is one of our little problems. Are we of two minds? Or are we too intense? Or are we in too tense? That is to say, the brain has a left side and a right side, and there's a cross-channeling. So you could argue and say, are we of two minds? Or are we in two camps? And that may be closer to the truth. Because we are probably in too tense. Are we in the tensity of duality? Pleasant dreams. Have clean thoughts. So, when the neutron tensity is within the surface tension containment limit, then it can radiate. Okay, so this is how something can go from inside to the outside without bursting the bubble. Well, this is kind of good to know. And what comes out in the matter of plasma emotion. And so that becomes a part of the new creation. And of course, that emotion reflects not only the cup of man, but the cup of earth and the cup of inertia. And getting back to the GANs, the GANs is a big puffy ball of nanoparticle. Well, if the nanoparticle expands, then it reduces its magnetic charge. because it reduces its surface to volume ratio. But if we add the number of magnetical points, we can overcome the difference in the loss of charge. In fact, overcoming that is so significant that it becomes like a Gans explosion. And so there's a couple of things that you need to notice. One, there's a curvature of the containment. There's a tensity of the containment, right? Because everything's inside and it stays inside. It doesn't kind of ooze out on one side or another. But the negative charge goes right through the containment. And what's interesting, of course, is that the Gans doesn't get consumed in the process. So if that being the case, then the tensity of the containment is firm. Okay, well, in the case of a neutron release, when the neutron density exceeds the surface tension containment limit, then it bursts, just like a balloon, right? You can blow up a balloon and it'll keep its containment. But if you exceed the surface tension containment, then the balloon will burst. But look what happens. The neutron becomes an electron-proton combination and the release of the PM ticks. Remember, we started with the PM ticks as the principal matter. But now what is key to understanding here is based on surface to volume ratios, the electron is negative and the proton is positive. And they are the product of the bubble bursting. So this particular neutron went through a transmutation. Now, if this particular neutron was part of a group of neutrons, then you may not even see this thing happen. But if this was an isolated case, then this neutron would disappear and so would the mag-rav. But the point that we want to make is that the magnetic covalent bonding, when you look at the north and south pole, is a duality. So it doesn't matter how you break it up. There is always a north and south pole. You cannot have a north pole without a south pole. You cannot have a north pole magnet. And you cannot have a south pole magnet. So they are bound together. So when we look at essential fatty acids, and this is another unfortunate term because essential acids are slightly alkaline. And so when we look at the omega-3, 6, and 9 and how it operates, we see the curvature. And so I think you understand that as you bend, it causes a tensity. So in the process of bending, you create a repulsion. And in the process of attraction, you create a density. So this folding action creates water. So when the tensity of the curvature breaks and a negative charge comes through. Obviously, the reason the negative charge comes through is because there's a hydrogen consumed in the process. And that hydrogen then relinquishes its position and joins up with oxygen and forms water. And so if we could see a movie of alpha linolenic acid in action, we could see constant flopping back and forth, going from a straight line to a bent line, and each action would create another water molecule. And so this is the characteristic of life. This is the characteristic of essential fatty acids, all part of the amino acid structure. So this is why we say when we're talking about the Coulomb barrier, this is something to do with Earth. And its lowest state is of the Magrath state, the atomic state. Then if we go into the nano state, based on its surface to volume ratio, it's a higher energy. But when we go to the GAN state, it's polyatomic. So now it has the combination of a lot of small particles, and it has to have a bigger field. And then when it goes into a plasma state, well, it has to have still a bigger field. So you can imagine how much energy is contained within that, because now you don't have any limitations. You don't have any constraints. You don't have the physical tensity. But there is a tensity. And we have to question, well, how do we contain that plasma state if we don't have a cup, or we don't have a fence, or we don't have a barn door? And then you want us to go one step beyond? So it's a lot of questions to answer. And now we see that we can produce gold GANs. And if that is the case, then what are we doing? The old systems need to be removed because the new systems have already proven themselves. So when we talk about the law of conservation, it has to do with path link and susceptibility. So we understand that the emission of attention is our magnetical strength, and the emission of retention is our gravitational strength. So this interacts to create the emission of intention. So we really have to consider nearness and proximity and the covalent bonding of fields contained within their tensity. Their tensity? That's right. When we have a point of conflict, the resolution of that conflict is a point of containment. It's a point of covalent bonding. And so we see that a lot of people are violating the laws of conservation because they want to bind the energy, but they're doing it at the expense of others who are also wanting to bind their energy in a self-serving manner. But they don't necessarily want to steal. It's just that when they get robbed, it's a natural reaction. Either they fight or they go rob someone else. And that's where society sits and has sat for decades, millennia. So we have to understand that in plasma science, there's a plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So this binding zone develops a tensity. So when these conflict points come together, they create this covalent bonding zone. We convert that to a containment tensity. That's what keeps everything together. So when we look at the y-axis transmutation dimension, we find that as we move along what we're really seeing is the pH of tensity. Because something's always something as opposed to something else. And we know that when we change the pH, things happen. And that things have to be in balance. So when we look at the transmutation and what it means, the range transition transcends the y-axis transmutation dimension. And the laws of conservation govern the covalent bonding attributes. So tensity is a variable. The containment requires gravitational tensity. So when you're seeking anchorage, are you doing it to commemorate or idolize or say acknowledge your position, in relationship to the sun? This becomes an emission of declension. So what we're trying to do is elevate from the bondage of chains to covalent bonding. This is post-March 15, 2024 era of choices. You have a new selection process to go from the bound of outer space to the transmutation space of outer space. And understand that our Earth space has all of these elements and they all came together. And each of them has their own containment. So therefore, each of them has their own intensity. And so each of them becomes their own point of prejudice. And they're all unique. And this is how you can sort things out. So when we're looking at gravitational conformation, the hydrogen becomes the manifestation of the combined forces of the magnetical forces of the sun, the earth, and the universe coming together. And it has a fingerprint, and that fingerprint is in color. So that means that is a physical conformation. So we see that the cornerstones of science can change with the size of the containment. So we have nanoparticles and picoparticles and GANS particles, but also we have plasma. And then a very interesting one, the soul. And we know that the soul can change in size. And why not? Everything else can change in size. So these are all channels for the emission of intention. And so when we look at the transmission spectrum, we have to see that there's a relationship between the surface superficiality of physicality and the internal substance of the plasma substrate. And so when we look at what we want to see, and it's just within a narrow range, that visible color spectrum. And then there's this vast beyond. And then there's another one step beyond that. We are a real cheap date. So the knowledge and wisdom of the plasma can give you deeper insight. And the experience will change a man's perspective. It allows us to reflect on life. And is the life only within the birth to death relationship? And if you transcend that, you find that the misconduct becomes harder to rationalize because the historical reference becomes meaningless. So the state dependency and transcendence is uncut, and the emotion of intention is interdependent and manifest in both plasma state and matter state. So when we talk about the pH of the magraph, we find that there's many points on the perspective scale. And of course, the pH of the planet, we know that we have things in macro and things in micro, and they operate the same way. It's the pH of peace that is most elusive. And why is that so? Well, why is the answer? Why is not the question? There are many points in the field strength of the dove. So we've just completed the fourth in a series of transmutation tests. New tests will be coming in November and December. Research is still going on at a very rapid clip. And it is really breathtaking. And for 560 weeks, the Knowledge Seekers workshops have been publishing publicly to bring the greater oneness so that we can transcend the limitations of nuclear science, because they are definitely limiting. It's not that nuclear science is a bad science. It's a science that's badly worked. And in loving memory of John Wells, I want to thank him for all his dedication. And as such, I dedicate this class to my friend John Wells. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Teachings on plasma science. Welcome all the beautiful knowledge seekers. Learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. It requires a world peace treaty. You need to sign it with a pen, sign it with your heart, sign it with your soul. Well, how does that work? Because it transcends all the dimensions. And so we ask, is man the reactor of a three-dimensional transcendent universe? Can man manifest density of heaven through field transmutation? Can man go into outer space without a peace dome? Can we transmute through the dimension of history? Many combinations exist of the x-axis and y-axis sphere of creation. And this covalent bonding creates the tensity of physical transmission dimensions. The plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And thank you all for listening. Hope you enjoyed the trip.
Thank you, Alex. We did enjoy the trip. A little short, but we've heard some new terms and some new comments from you. I don't know where we want to go from here. I see Lisbeth has joined us. I thought I'd give her, and thank you for dedicating your teaching to John. I think in a way we're all giving to John at this point. And of course, Lisbeth, would you like to say anything, or is there anything more about John you'd like to share? I don't know what happened. He was fine one day, and the next day there was an issue. Is there
I
anything?
don't know. I don't know what happened.
Okay,
Thank
no
you.
problem.
I don't know what happened, but most important is remember him. I read many messages sent because I have many people know him before me, of course, because he stayed, oh my God, around 10 years or more in Keshe Foundation all the time. Is dedicated to the Keshe Foundation. I remember one day him talk about him food for 2 years from the universe, around 2 years, and say now my daughter come to me and feed again physically, but he all the time give you knowledge and explain more about that knowledge, because all the time study and share the knowledge. So I don't know. It's two people now. They hosted from the public teaching in Spanish. Leave. Decide go to the other point of the universe, and only thing is elevate your soul and all the time unify with us, and for continue growing the totality of the Keshe Foundation, for continue growing the soul of the peace.
Yes, at least he's not going out into the universe with no knowledge.
Yeah.
He has some understanding, I think, of the next step, and maybe more comes to you as you need it. But yes, it just was a shock to many of us that he seemed to be so well. But I guess the soul had gathered what it needed, and so decided it was time to go.
Yeah, you remember last North American team, he stayed with for translated with Johnny, no? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he helped us quite a bit in the reactor group and the Spanish group, and wherever he
Yes.
could be of assistance, he was always there.
Always there. Yeah. Him take a lot of work at the back for Keshe Foundation, and remember that have big container for CO2 for many years, and daily many people go to knock on the door for get the CO2 water.
Yes, we covered that in the beginning. We mentioned his 600-liter tank, and how he would serve the community without any problem at all. Anytime he'd drop it and say, I have people here, I have to attend to them.
Yeah, from that CO2 water, many people in different times at the workshop have as testimonies, because all the time consume daily. Go to with the containers, we got it CO2 from that big container. Yeah, spread the and that around that spread the not only the knowledge but physical spread the plasma. So I don't know, and that cone little city is a little town, I think, is recognize him for the you work with the
Yes, he was in the newspaper a number of time
radio
ago.
station, no?
We
Radio
need to
station,
find that.
yeah.
I think somebody has that article where they had said how he was bringing or distributing plasma water.
Yeah.
So he's
I have a newspaper one article about that. Yeah, but he had the radio station for many years. And the people from the community remember him and follow him, because have a program for many years. Now I don't know, now don't have it, but following him and go to the Keshe Foundation and say, I remember that you got, say, what? Yeah, you take a program, you give that tip or whatever. Yeah. But this time, no, him decide, you soul decide go. As you of decision. I don't know why, but decide go. Only talk, okay, goodbye, elevate your soul, and thank you for all that you give us.
Yes, and we're not too far behind him, I think. We're all going to make that transition at some point in time. I know we want to extend the life, but maybe extending the life is learning the transmutation process. As
Yeah.
Mr. Keshe said, this is understanding, in a way, heaven. How to play
Yeah,
one off against the other.
maybe when increasing more the knowledge and understand more, anybody decide, okay, I go, it's time for go, okay, or it's time for extend my life more years, but in good equilibrium physically, or say no, I myself decide bye, but you very consciously do action now. It's different like other people. Only you soul decide, okay, bye, because you not understand unification with your soul physicality and with your physicality. Yeah. I think as him is going consciously and decide you soul, okay, come with me, go. But is maybe tomorrow is talk extensive with during invite you during workshop in Spanish because is host all the time.
Right.
Now Liliana is alone at and they had the workshop in Spanish.
Yes, he
That's
was
it.
instrumental. He was always there opening the room and keeping everyone organized in a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we'll miss him, but at the same time, he's not gone. He's just in a different dimension that
Yeah,
we
yeah,
can
yeah.
connect with. Yeah.
All souls is part of the other soul. So now it's part of the us in the other dimension. So thank you for that, Alex, for remembering, and thank you all Keshe family, because in many workshops the people talk about him, and I think it's better. Maybe translate and give to the Spanish community.
Yes, he certainly can be proud of the work he's done and the person he is and the difference he's made. Alex, you said he was here before you in the Keshe Foundation?
Yes, he was. He was a very important member of the Spanish community, and it's just amazing how poorly represented the Spanish community is when you consider how large it is. If it wasn't for Elizabeth, we'd be. She has really, like Hercules, kept up the foundation.
I have one member now, the from Spanish community. I asked him maybe talk around that. Vincent, hola, ¿tú quieres hablar un poco sobre John? Vincent, ¿estás ahí? Sorry. Maybe
Who was the other gentleman that passed? Was it last year or the year before?
3 years ago. Vincent, Victor Vicente.
Okay.
Yeah, he's from Spain.
Yes.
In February 22, around, yeah. February, yeah. I remember it, February.
Yeah, he worked with me very closely to launch the teachings in the Spanish community.
Yes, all the time too. Yeah, working in the workshops for many years. Because when you find all teachings, John and Vincent and Victor, all the time is in that workshops. So have many years presence. I remember it yesterday, Mr. Case told us, okay, when I said lie, I said go, I say, oh my God, yeah. It's life. You decide, okay, go. I abandon that physicality, maybe decide back and the other physicality or not. But Mr. K saying, okay, when I decide go with that, I say, oh my God, it's like cycle of life in that planet, no? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. We'll
Thank you, Elizabeth.
continue with him. I think I don't want to say we'll continue without him because he's still part of the whole process, as we know. He's just gotten there a little bit sooner than we have. I don't understand the reasons. I know he was an asset to the foundation and very helpful, instrumental, and shared knowledge. But when the soul is ready to depart, it departs. That's what we shared in the beginning. We're a couple married 50 years, even though they're happily married, they're in love, they're still holding hands, but when that one soul is ready to go, it leaves. It doesn't really, I guess it must consider but the other, but at the same time, it has its own mission to accomplish in a way. So it goes. And we don't quite understand why certain times and at certain positions people move. It's still shocking. Again, he seemed to be in quite good health. So, well, we do wish him well, and all we can do is elevate the soul and add energies to what he needs to, in a way, put together his next creation. So we can do that all the time, and I'm sure we'll feel him on and off through our time, and hopefully he'll send a little message to someone. We know he's well. But we're sorry in a way that you left, but yet at the same time, we celebrate your birth in this new dimension, this new existence in the universe.
Yeah.
Would anyone like to ask Alex a question about what he just covered, or something on John is fine as well? I think you mentioned covalent bond last week, Alex, and I did look it up, and it said something about maybe this is matter state definition, about how many pairs of electron an atom can share with another atom. Is that a matter state? Would you call that a matter state definition of covalent?
Yes, of course, and you have to rely on that
Okay.
matter state definition. The instructive point is pairs of electrons, right? And sharing. So the two electrons come together and they share the field strength as one. And this is the whole point of the teachings that I'm going through these weeks, is how the singularity and the duality works. You know, does the singularity become the duality, or does the duality become the singularity? Is a singularity a byproduct of the combination of the duality? So if two electrons are coming together, they're coming together from two different realities, two different fields. And when they come together, and it's a common bond, and then they share that field, that becomes the new field. And so these are the rules of the covalent bonding, but that covalent bonding has to come together between fields. So what contains the field? And this is where we landed with tensity.
Is that an actual real word, tensity?
Yeah, I looked it up. I even went so
Okay.
far as to
Because at first I thought you were saying, tent city and then intensity, or tensity. I wasn't getting it. I wasn't sure what you were saying at first, but that is an actual word, tensity.
an actual word, and it applies in physics, and it has to do with the surface to volume, surface tension. So the greater the volume, the greater the tensity. This is, like I say, you blow up a balloon. There's no problem with the balloon. You can blow it up, and the surface will stretch, and then you know that it'll become more tense. But if you keep blowing it up, at some point it'll burst. So that means the volume of the balloon is variable. So if the balloon is variable, then everything would be variable. That's one of the reasons why we have big people and small people. It would be one of the reasons why we have different elements on the periodic table of elements, and they get bigger as we go along. So
So tensity would be kind of a surface tension.
it is. It's exactly what it is.
Okay.
It's a surface tension. But in order to achieve that surface tension, because it has to maintain its containment, right? And that is its objective. So how does it maintain that containment without bursting? And so something is always something as opposed to something else. So what causes it to be something else? And that's the point of the transmutation. Something has to happen to be something else. So when we look at the tensity of the brain, why is it that we dream when we go to sleep? So one of the reasons is that we are in a horizontal position as opposed to a vertical position. The second reason is that the path, the desired path, is through the top of the head. And so the tensity is at its weakest point. And so we go to sleep and we stay within our containment, but the soul kind of sneaks out the back door. And fortunately for most of us, it comes back at the same place, in the same body. Can you imagine the chaos, if you woke up in someone else's body in the morning and say, hey, that was a miscommunication there. I got a bad connecting flight. So anyway, the point being is that the soul has the capability of passing through the tensity of the containment of the physical body. At that point, the soul can expand. And when it expands, then the question is, what contains the soul? So it's the tensity of the soul itself and the field of the soul that is the containment. So obviously, as the volume increases, the negative charge decreases. That means the tensity becomes more gravitational. So that means the tensity leads to density. So through the gravitational stability of the field strength of the soul, it can go wherever it wants to go without any fear, without any animosity, without any power struggles. They're just happy to go and peaceful to go. And so we don't have that capability on Earth because we're trapped within the tensity of the physical dimension. And so the only way that we can resolve that issue is to travel with the soul within its own dimension, with its own field. So when the soul expands to be able to be big enough to carry our physicality, then it would kind of carry that as you would carry your cell phone in your pocket. And then when it reaches another physical environment that is conducive to the physicality, and then it would manifest in that physicality. If the environment is not conducive to that physicality, then maybe the physicality will have to adapt. And so it'll be a different physicality. But the soul of the man has full context and full understanding. And since the soul of the man is you, the soul of the man is your best friend, and your best friend will never lie to you. And that's where the problem comes in, because we have a soul of physicality that operates on the delay of consequences on this planet. And the soul of physicality will lie to you. So there's a conflict. There's a conflict between the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality. And it leads to illness, and there are those who prey on that. So we need a strong constitution. I'm not talking about politics here. I'm saying within our construct, and we need to understand the rules of the game. So the rules of the game are as we work from the top down.
Do you still have that picture of the Gans with the hole in it? Mr. Keshe mentioned something about an hour and a half into this workshop that sort of made me think of that Gans. He was talking about running a test and moving the Ganses to different rooms. And then he said, I made the man in the image of myself. I made the image of myself in the jar, and I see how it interacts. Then you understand the work of the physicality, which shows in the change of color. So you see the physicality, how the Gans take shape, and then you understand the connection to the field interaction of the soul of it, which is in the middle of itself. Then you understand the connection. And if you look close enough, everything is moving in there. It's not just Gans sitting on top of each other. And if one day become very clever and break into it, you will see heartbeat, the emotion of repetition in every Gans you have. Then you understand it has a soul and has a life. So you used to show that quite often, and I admired that empty space there in a way. But I've never seen or kind of felt the Gans having a heartbeat. I know it does, but he says you have to become very clever and break into it. You will see the heartbeat.
Well, the heartbeat is part of the physicality, you see. Did I cut someone off?
No, no.
Yeah, the heartbeat is integral to the blood circulation. So if we find that the blood vessels are coursing through the body, but when it comes to the brain, they go around the perimeter of the brain. They don't go through the brain. So the blood is still interacting somehow, but clearly there's a difference in the way the blood is interacting. The system of interaction with the blood and the brain is different from the blood and the body. So that's the question that we should ask, is like, why is that? And so then we realize that we are not in singularity. We are in duality. And this is a huge revelation. So when we go to sleep at night, then, we have pleasant dreams and our soul is saying, yippee, I'm free of this drudgery. Let me go and exercise and have some fun. So, this is the point that we fail to learn. And there's a key reason why we fail to learn. And that has to do with the limitations of the learning period. So most of the people on this planet have a very short window of opportunity to learn. But the learning is transgenerational. The memory is embedded in our RNA, but that memory is not converted in the matter state of physicality. And we know that because the heart is born when the baby is born, and we don't have a memory until the brain gets until the brain grows to a certain size, and then it's capable of activating and processing memory. So we were kind of working on the memory of remote control at that point in time until we have our memory. So, I could say in my case, I must have been at least 3 years old by the time I achieved my first memory. And so you kind of have to wonder, well, how did I live from the time that I was born to 3 years? How did my mother would tell me stories, and so you did this and you did this and you stuck your finger in this electric socket and you did this. And I said, I don't remember any of that. And yet I did that. So what was controlling my physicality? So obviously there was a process that was governed by the soul of physicality. It wasn't until the soul entered into the picture that really completed the picture. And so we realize that this is continuing. So we are in the plasma state mentally, and we are in the physical state physically. So this literally makes all of us schizophrenics in a way.
Right. It doesn't mean we have more than one personality for the most part. I think it just means we're, again, becoming aware of these two dimensions that we're operating in. That's the schizophrenic part. Even though there are schizophrenics with multiple personalities, we know. Mr. Keshe studied them, but for the most part, I think, again, we have a lot of things to connect with all this knowledge. I think we do need a little bit more understanding to connect everything together. It's quite deep, but
Well,
yet he says it's so simple at the same time. So.
Yeah, I'm not even convinced now that I'm not schizophrenic because I wonder what happens to me, let's say when I lose my temper. And they say, well, that's not you. I mean, so someone who knows you says, well, that's unusual. It takes a lot for you to lose your temper. So what does that mean? Does that mean the part that is controlling my temper, that is dominating my persona, is stepping back and saying, "Oh well, here we go," and then the other persona steps forward and say, "Well, yeah, I'm here, and I'm going to let you know it." And is that what occurs at that point in time? And is that such a bad thing? So, we have to have different persona. Is that different persona? Is that a different soul, or is that a different attribute of that particular soul? So I think in the completeness of things, I don't think there's a person on this planet who doesn't lose his temper. So, but there are people who live with temper, and they exercise their temper a lot because it gives them gratification. So this is a false sense of satisfaction, really. It's like you want to go to a restaurant and be satisfied, pound at the table and yell at the cook. Let's see what you get. Hope you enjoy the meal.
You're feeding off the server rather than off the meal. And when you go to the pH scale and you talk about, well, if you have a 9, it automatically has a 5 in there. If you have a 6, it has an 8 to make the 14. But what if you're at 14? And I know it flips to 1, but what's in the 14? It doesn't need any other numbers because the 14 is the maximum. So does it have a 1 in there where it flips back to the acidic state? What does 14 have in it?
Now you see, that is a really good question. Because the 14 is the end of the physical state. And so if it is going to do something, it has to draw in energy from another energy state, a higher energy state. And that is how you produce the nanocoating.
No, but I'm thinking what you said, you have a 10 and a 4 or something else, these two numbers. Well, what does the 14 have? You said it has to pull in energy out of the matter state to flip to 1?
No.
No.
It has to balance. So it can balance in the matter state, or it can balance with the plasma state. This is what we're not accepting in our science. Okay, because we were looking at the singularity and we're saying, well, that other stuff, I can't account for it. I don't understand it, so I'm going to disregard it. But that is a false set of principles. If we take that into account and we say, okay, like your question says, all right, I have a copper wire, and then I want to nanocoat it, and how do I make it nanocoated? Well, I use a caustic, which is extremely high pH. And what happens at that point? Then you go from atomic to monatomic. It's a higher energy state. Where did that energy come from? So it has to come from a higher source.
Okay, let's have our panelists ask a question if we could. Does anyone have something they'd like to share? Again, I accept it. I don't quite understand it, though, of flipping this from 14 to 1. But I know it happens. That's the next step. Anyone? Would someone like to make a comment? Ask a question? That Gans with the hole in it is not in your panels today?
Not
The
to-
one? Okay, no problem. Maybe we'll bring it up another time.
So, Mark, if the atomic state is 1 and the nanostate is 10 and the GaN state is 100, and you make a cup of life, how can you make GaNs from the combination of nano at 10 and atomic at 1? In simple math, the nano and the atomic, 10 and 1 is 11, and the GaN state is 100. You're 89 short. So where does that energy come from? So if the higher state feeds the lower state, and so that's what you're producing. So what have you created? You've created an environment that is conducive to that process. That's the message. That's what we're trying to create. So when we produce the GANs, this is something that we've taken different elements and created a GAN state. But what happens if we have a plasma state? From that plasma state, can we produce a GANs? Well, that part hasn't been discussed in the public. So for instance, if you have the GANs state, can you convert that to atomic state? So obviously, it is possible because you look at the periodic table of elements, and yeah, we see those periodic table of elements. Okay, so or how about the gold GANs?
You're talking about converting a GANs back into energy?
No, converting a GANs back into physicality.
Okay. Well, to me, the GANs is a physicality.
Yes, so that is the interesting thing. The GANs has a duality. It is a physicality with a field, and that field that's around it is in a plasma state. And when you combine that with water, just like you described, the covalent bonding, the nearness and proximity of the GANs to the water causes an exchange of energy. So the GANs has an affinity and the water has an affinity, and they are compatible. On this planet, they are compatible because water is the universal solvent. So we can transfer the energy from the GANs to the water, and then we can transfer the energy from the water to something else, whatever we want to. So the water becomes the medium, and the energy is the message. But when we have that GANs, and we do have CO2 GANs, or copper GANs, right? CuO GANs. So are we able to create copper out of that? I haven't been able to. Are we able to create gold out of that? I haven't been able to. But clearly, Mr. Keshe has.
Right. He could feed you with a stick, he said, a piece of wood. And, this picture that you're showing here makes me think this is where he started to bring this twinity into the public domain. I'm sure, as he said, he's played with this in the past. But these two vials here, one was, I believe, 95% and one was 75%. So, and he said even in the Twinity GANs, you could still have just one bottle, but use it in a different application and maybe on the one part of the body and another part of the body to create that Twinity. But apparently this is the way they're proceeding. But this was one of the first times I've seen something like this with the different strengths and then using them in combination. So this was part, in a way, an opening of the twinity understanding, perhaps.
Well, I don't think it's perhaps. I think you're spot on, because that twinity creation is a point of containment. It's a binding zone.
Okay, would anyone else like to enter the fray, share something with us? Hearing a different voice, perhaps? You may have to go back to spoon feeding, Alex. We can't seem to get a response. But we're all thinking about it anyway, and I think our souls understand more than our physicality does for sure.
Well, I'm in a strange position, actually, because I'm conducting these classes and the information just keeps coming. And it's coming in a organized manner, organized as far as I'm concerned. So the subject of tensity is something that I had planned weeks ago. And it became really, really important on Friday. Friday, of course, was the fourth of the transmutation test. So understanding the tensity was really a huge deal for me, and it helped me greatly. And there were a lot of other things that happened as a result of it, but fundamentally, the key is how the blood communicates between the two dimensions, the dimension of the brain and the dimension of the body. So the blood is the link. It flows between the two. So, it cannot go around the brain and not pick up any messages. And it cannot go through the body and not pick up any messages. So the messages from the brain are delivered to the body, and the messages from the body are feedback to the brain. And the communication has to be translated. And the communication is not in English or Spanish, it's in plasma state. So, in emotion. Emotion is the communication. So the soul of the body understands emotion, understands that language, and the soul of the man understands that language because it's the same language. And the universal community understands that language as well, which is one of the reasons that the universal community is so anxious for us to get our act together. Because this warmongering has to stop. It has to stop. It's pointless. It violates universal law. It serves no purpose except to a few. And even then, they're fooling themselves because they will be inflicting unspeakable punishment on themselves, and it's by their own doing. So, what and how can we bring peace on earth? That is our challenge. So we have to understand the limitations of the physicality, and we have to understand how we can entertain the plasma reality and navigate between the two the way our blood does. The blood is basically showing us the path. We don't have to follow the path of the blood. We just have to understand that there is a path. The blood is doing it, so that means it's possible. So is that the only way to do it? Well, no, because we can also interpret emotion and convey emotion. And so if our emotion is true, so that the soul of the physicality and the soul of the body are not in conflict, but in lockstep, then the magic will really happen. And the one thing that's missing is the soul of the earth. It already has its act together. It's just praying that we join the party soon.
Yes, it's just immense. The more I understand, it seems like the least I think I understand, or something along that line. The more we understand about the totality, the more we realize we know nothing. Okay. Anyone else want to share something about the technology or something they experienced or ask a question that you've been pondering? Thank you, Alex. I want to thank you very much for continuing to open up our horizons, our dimensions to new understanding.
Well, I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present these classes. I also want to thank you for showing the discomfort. It is very destabilizing when you start to find out the truth, because our existence is founded on a stability. And to understand that that stability is a false stability, it's really make believe, and that that stability was created by someone else, not with our interests at heart, if you will. So
Yeah, the truth will set you free, but it may first upset you.
well, that's exactly the point.
Yeah.
And then, what would be your landing, and for a lot of people, just give me a golden parachute. Okay, and where will you land exactly, So, uh, I mean, a case in point, you work all your life to achieve academic status, and then you get a job in that particular industry that you've been qualified for, and you rise up the ranks, and you get to the point, as you know, you rise to your point of incompetence,
Yes.
and at that point, they push you out, and in order to minimize the emotional damage, they give you a golden parachute. So now you have all this money, and this thing that you've done all your life to achieve this money has been taken away. All you're left with is the money. Well, what about your education? What about your career? What about all the things that you felt were important and thought were important? And now someone has said, "Oh, no. It's time for you to go. Someone has to go, and it's might as well be you." And you say, "Okay, well," so you sit at home and you say, "Well, I've lost my career, I've lost everything, but I have all this money, and now what do I do?" Well, you have to start over again. And would you do the same thing? And yeah, sometimes that happens, but it would take a lot of courage to start over again and do something different. But then it would also take a lot of courage to investigate as to why your dependence on that foundation was so great. And now you know that that foundation was flawed. And you say, "Well, I got out of it with a lot of money. That was my objective." Yeah, but you still don't know anything. You still don't understand the rules of the game. So it's one of the things that we all are coming face to face with. And I think that's one of the things that John has figured out. The foundational elements that have kept him on this planet have been satisfied. He's understood the rules of the game. And he said, "Okay, my mission's accomplished, and I'm leaving." And there will be followers. There will be those to take his place. And whether or not he's made that arrangement or not is unknown to us at this time. But suffice to say, the foundation was here before him, and the foundation will continue. So he was a strong member, and he performed a lot of good deeds. But it's what we do collectively that matters. So that message is conveyed emotionally, not in English or Spanish. And that's what I'm trying to say. So we have to understand the rules of the game. And the rules of the game are not what we've been taught in school. And so that's the discomforting part. Then you realize, well, I found out at the age of 40, and I was flipping wild. I was really, really angry. And I consider myself lucky to have found out so early in my life. Well, I say early, I thought it was very late.
All right, if there's no other questions, I should take back the screen and we'll close out here. Again, anyone else want to bring a topic or a subject or a comment or a point of enlightenment, perhaps? And it was amazing because sometimes John would say, you know, I'm hardly breathing. He says, it's amazing. I might take 4 breaths a minute. I think when he was in his chair or something, he was saying it's just, so maybe he was preparing in a way for it. I don't know what was actually going on within him. He seemed like he wanted to be here, but maybe he didn't. Or again, it was just the soul said, I've got what I needed. Time to move on. So again, what we can do is elevate the soul of the man, continue to do that as often as you'd like to, and just give him the energies he needs to, again, continue on his journey. Don't know
Please
where it
remember
will. Yes?
Yeah, he went with soul satisfaction, right? He went on his own terms.
Okay, I'm trying to take the screen back here and just to bring this up. And I guess I can't bring 2. I was going to bring this with the 3 wise men, but I can't get, there must be a way to share 2, but I'm not sure how. But again, we want to thank everyone for being here, being part of the change. And I'm sure John and all of us can be proud of the work we do because we know our work is correct and forever. And be proud of the person you are. And also be proud of the difference you're making. We know John has made a tremendous difference for his being here. We thank you, John. And again, we will see you in the not too distant future, hopefully. Again, here in the matter state or in the energy dimension. I don't have a full understanding, so I don't know what he'd like to do next. Maybe he will recreate a physicality here, or maybe he'll stay in the energy dimension. I think that's totally up to the soul to decide which position he'd like to fill next. But it is a very, very deep knowledge. But once you've acquired it, it becomes quite simple. But it does take some time and some effort to learn this backward and forward. And that's why I say I like to play Mr. Keshe's words because he gives to everyone. Where if I try and deliver it, it's probably a little bit off or a lot off of what I'm teaching and create some problems down the road for someone else. But we thank you all. We continue to try and again, continue to share our knowledge. I thought I'd play the one that Mr. Keshe had mentioned. I think Mernez was asking about the CH3, which he said is C15 too, which of course Mr. Keshe said he indicated at one time it was the alcohol of the universe. And this is very interesting. I think he said he put it that way at one time because of the ability of it, again, to separate the neural system from the physicality. So this CH3, the C15, again, we have a lot to learn about these, but once we learn it, it'll be quite simple, I think. And we'll wonder why it took us so long to get to a point of understanding. But slowly, step by step, and we're sort of pioneers in this, and maybe over time, others will come to the knowledge much quicker than we have, or with less struggle of understanding it. We'll have to see what sort of fields are created here for people to absorb more. And of course, we know the weather situation, the war situation, but all things are coming together. We may have to go through a period of instability, but we can still be peaceful, as we understand, even in times of adversity. So that may be tested in the upcoming period. We'll have to see. But anyway, what has been promised will be delivered, and it'll be right on time. So thank you all. And of course, always keep the three wise men with you if you can. Don't know if I have that image here. Yes, I do. We'll just share that. Before, I used to be able to share them together. But again, the gift of the three wise men, the thinking good, the speaking good, and the acting good, combined with this little tag here, along with the World Peace Treaty, will give you quite a bit of shielding, I would say, and elevation for yourself and the others. So I want to thank everyone for being here, bringing the change in a very small way, as we're sort of supporting characters in this very large play that's going on in the souls. And we'll continue on next week, and let's see what the Knowledge Seekers Workshop and the One Planet has, and the Reactor Group has in store for us this week. So it's a beautiful journey. We're going step by step. It may seem confusing. I don't think your soul is confused about it, but again, the soul doesn't always share everything as we would like. And that's what I've found out. I wondered why it took so long for me to sort of realize about the soul. We've always talked about it. We've heard about it, this energy center, but we never really understood it. And as Mr. Keshe said, he's been just covering the generalities of it. We'll get down to the nitty gritty in the future time, I think. As he said, he has just begun to teach about some of these things. So thank you all again, and have an amazing rest of your day. I'll play that CH3 is C15 too, then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Is there any other announcements, comments, questions, or somebody is wanting to bring anything to the meeting or share anything?
Hey, Mark,
Hello?
I got my disclaimer working.
Okay, would you like to play it at the end after the video
No,
to
no,
test
it's
it?
okay.
Okay,
It's okay. I just,
it'll be ready for next week. What was the trick of it?
I think the trick of it was you taking the screen back.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know. It just, it seemed to have a mind of its own.
Okay, maybe I need to make you the host next time when you start the teaching, perhaps. But the week before, it seemed to work fine, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
It
So,
did. So there's
yeah.
something, as I like to say, it's not the arrow, it's usually the Indian, if you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah, well,
The Indian always likes to blame the arrows. Why did the chief buy these cheap arrows at the 10-cent store? He should have got the quality ones. I'd be able to fire them better. But no, it's usually the Indian. But not always in this day and age. As we know, there's a lot of quirky things happening in the background with the computers and so on, and the updates. Okay, thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day. Remember, there is a Brazilian conference coming up on the 9th and 10th of November. I don't think it'll be broadcast, but we can join them on the soul level. Perhaps it'll be copied later and available, or sold, I'm not sure. But they're going to have 2 days. Raphael will speak on the first day for an hour on the opening day. They'll have a booth. Some of the knowledge seekers are coming together. So add to their energies, continue to elevate them, that they can continue to reach more people. I think he said 5,000 people will be passing by their booth. So it'll be a good opportunity for again, them to open up another dimension for people, or they'll be showing, I'm sure, the Cup of Life and some of the things the Keshe Foundation has, and just a general understanding of the plasma technology. So we want to support them on the soul level. Unless it is broadcast live, then I think we'll be able to join. I'm not sure when the 9th and 10th of November, but maybe I can just quickly look on the calendar here. Let's see, if we go to November, the 9th and 10th will be a Saturday and a Sunday. So this will be a weekend conference, but continue to elevate for their success and give your energies as well, that they can in turn reach others. Okay, I'm going to now play, whoops, okay, I can't minimize Zoom here, so I'm just going to sort of try to, okay, and then let me bring up this other one, and then the final disclaimer. Again, as I explained just before, CH3 is C15 too. And that's very interesting. He called it, in a way, an elixir of sorts. So let's listen to this little part of the question and answer. I believe it's from 559, the workshop before this one. But again, we're going to be spending a lot of time, I think, or mankind will, opening up this knowledge. Even the Cup of Life, he said it would take man centuries to understand what's actually happening in this cup. And he's referred the same way, even to the drawings. I think he did in the last workshop or the one before, those 3 drawings where he said we'd be contemplating these or studying these for centuries. So there's a lot more in this knowledge than meets the surface or the words of it. But again, as he said, it's all about what it means to you, not anyone else. Thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day, and we'll see you in one of the next meetings, hopefully Tuesday. Thank you.
The second question is about C15. In what condition it is created?
C15 is a combination of carbon 14 and hydrogen. And is, I call it once universal alcohol to get drunk with, because you can do a lot of things with it. But it's understanding that is the essence of the creation connected to the creator. Once it's been said, what we call carbon 14 is is the process of the interaction of the field energies of the universe by themselves, on themselves, and because of themselves. And it's in its purest form. It cannot go to anything else, but it can connect to its own origin because it has the same common denominator. I explained maybe scientifically how it looks. If you take carbon and hydrogen and put it through the process of crystallization, which we call carbon 14, and then add, interact in a plasmatic fields, these two together, which gives you what I call carbon 15. This carbon 15 is the energizer. And in a way, if you understand, as I explained just before, CH3 is carbon 15 too. In understanding that this is the matter state of energy, and this is the universal state of energy to the creator. And the energy combination of this with the amino acid gives a clarity and an energy release that can reach man to carbon-15. That's why we see narcotic have such effect. You look at all the hormones in your body, all have this characteristics, this combination. Testosterone. Everything else you look at has this combination of work because it allows free energy to get to that point. Once I explain this, why we have excitation in a point of addiction to sex is because in subconscious level we reach to the point of creator due to the hormones within the body of the man. And then you understand how everything else works and how we are rewarded. And how things are and how things are kept and put in the state of the life and creation of life. Understanding one is in a matter state and one is in an energy state. And then you have to understand, if you play this game, if you understand it in a way, in a full capacity of it, then you understand the emotion is connected with it. And that emotion brings a physical reaction. This is why we fall in love in a way. If one day the scientists come up with a what you call mechanical or physical energy level of the love, they will find carbon-15 in it, both in both dimensions. And this is why we feel falling in love in our heart, because these guys are floating through it, while these guys are part of it on the other side. The world of creation is very simple if you understand it. Any other question?
I'm going to switch over to the other panel, and it said my screen sharing has failed. Why? Okay, let's try this one more time. I don't quite understand that. Here we go. Maybe we have it this time. Here we go. Hopefully. There it is. Thank you. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.